Woo! Man! We are here. Welcome to the Exploding Heads Horror Podcast. This is a big night, a big show. We're really excited. I'm Dave Z, and there's not much to say. Let's get on with the important people here. We have a guy over here, Christian. Listen, you are doing 25 days of Elf on the Shelf murders, or what is it called? What's it called?
25 deaths of the Elf on the Shelf. Full disclosure, I did 2 years in a row, 2013, 2014. I've slacked in 2015 and 2016. A combination of podcasts, being busy, doing different things. So I haven't done a new season. But maybe next year we'll do a third season or something.
What do you mean? This is the new season you're doing now, isn't it?
No, this is all stuff I did a couple years ago. I never put it to Facebook video. So if you actually go to YouTube, you can actually see all the stuff. But I put it to Facebook video because you get a lot more distribution a lot faster. People can dislike, whatever the videos very quickly and pass them along or skip right over them. So I did that with the Halloween movie and the biggest amount of watches that we've ever gotten. And the Elf on the Shelf are doing well. They're doing well. But yeah, I filmed season 1. When I say season 1, that is actually from 2013, and season 2 is from 2014. I know it sounds really pompous to say season 1 and season 2, but that's how I decipher between them.
Hey,
and then it got canceled.
Yeah. Funding ran out for season 3.
Funding ran out. Yeah. Well, are we pompous because this is season 2 of Exploding Heads?
Yeah, we're pompous, but fuck it.
Okay, fair enough. Right. Okay. Now, where can they find this Elf on the Shelf? For someone that is not in our Facebook group, and I can't imagine why you wouldn't be.
Yes.
We're over 1,000 members now. Now, even if half those people, the new members, are listening to the show, then we've gained a lot of listenership. I don't know, but we're getting big in there, and it's really cool. So, guys, continue to join. That's the only plug I'm going to give. Just Facebook. Just find us in there because we're growing. But anyway, where can they find it if they're not in the Facebook group?
Yeah, again, if you're not on the Facebook page, which I implore you to join, or Facebook group, you can find them on YouTube. And literally, if you type in 25 Deaths of the Elf on the Shelf, it'll go right to the playlist.
Okay, there you go, guys. So check them out. Now, Brandon, so Christian's doing 25 days of Elf on the Shelf death. Brandon is doing... for Hanukkah, 8 days of 2016 rewatches. Is this correct?
No, I wanted to do the 25 deaths of the Mensch on the bench.
Derek wants me to do that next year.
Honestly, Christian, if you want to do it, I have some really, really offensive ideas.
Well, as long as I have you to help be my scapegoat when I have to explain myself, perfect.
Yeah, he could be like the Robin to your Howard, right?
You'd be like, basically. Christian, are you Jewish? No, but I've got a friend who is. And he wrote this.
Dude, that's awesome.
I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it.
I'm all for it. You know me. I'm the elf thing, this is something really cool, because 2 years ago when that elf was really big, I wanted to do something like this, but not like you. I wanted to make a video. I wanted to take pictures of the elf doing different things where he was the killer. Putting him in different positions and taking pictures, put a Jason mask on him, do this, do that.
Yeah.
This is when the elf first came out, because I got sick of seeing it, and everyone putting up these elf pictures on Facebook. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be the guy that's going to... I'm the horror guy, so why not? I'm going to be the guy that's going to put up bloody things and the elf. But you know what? That elf was so damn expensive, I couldn't even bring myself to buy it just for that reason. It was like $30 plus.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It comes with the book, the whole 9 yards. It was given to us as a gift. I didn't even know what the hell it was. Okay,
who's the Jew here? Cheap bastard.
You know what, Brandon? Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to... I've always wondered about this. Now, there's 8 days of Hanukkah with 8 gifts, correct? Or is it more than 8 gifts?
No, it's 8 nights.
Okay, so it's 8 nights. Is it 1 gift a night, or can it be more?
I mean, there's no rules. Usually it's 1 gift a night, but...
Okay, there's no rules.
We don't really even follow that anymore. I mean, we don't even do gifts. It's not that big of a holiday. For the kids, for my niece and nephew, we'll get them a bunch of stuff. But otherwise, It's usually just, what do you want? One thing, two things, and that's it.
Okay, so this is what I really wanted to get to. When you were a kid, and let's say, Christmas vacation, whatever, you have friends, that celebrate Christmas, you didn't. Now, basically, when you would go over to their houses, let's say end of December, first week of January, you're on vacation, whatever. When you look at the presents they got, and when you had the presents you got, did you feel slighted because they had more, or did you have more, or was it kind of equal? I've always wondered about this.
No, it all evens itself out.
Okay.
It does.
Okay. I've always wanted to know. I never had the chance to ask anybody, so thank you for...
What an answer to put all that thought in your head to eat.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that everybody feels good about things.
It all evens itself out.
It's
Done.
That's it.
Okay?
I got nothing.
No, that's fine. That's good. Then we can get off this BS and get on to the show. Speaking of BS, we're not going to have any this week. We're getting right into the show, except for that. Next show, we're going to have, we have emails coming in. We have some voicemails. What's that?
Tons of BS next show.
100%. Tons of BS next show. None this show. Matter of fact, next show might be the only show ever that we don't have a review. I don't know. We still might have a review. We don't know, but it's just going to be playing around next show. Tonight, this is our 2016 year wrap-up. We're doing our top 10 plus 6, and a bunch of cool stuff. So we're going to get right into it. Everybody that's listening now, we're not going to spoil any movies, but I think it's fair to say that we are going to we're talking about a ton of movies tonight. So I think it's fair to say some things might be said that are plot points or maybe a kill that happened or this or that. So I'm not going to say we're spoiler free. We're not going to just get it. You're not going to say, oh, this happened at the end of this movie, a big plot twist or something. We're not going to do that, but just so the listeners know, we're going to say things and be prepared. Something else, if this is your first time listening to the show and you don't want to hear us do all this nonsense and everything else and you can't stand us, we timestamp everything. So if you just want to go to the top 10 plus 6 countdown, then look at the timestamps and go to it. Hopefully you stick around if it's your first listen, but whatever. I just want to put that out.
Plus 6? Why not top 16 of 16?
Because, Big Mouth, you said you didn't like the sound of top 16 of 16. You said
16 for 16.
I wanted 16 for 16. Christian, back me up on this. Didn't I say that on Banana Laser we did top 13 of 13? And Brandon piped in on the chat, says, I think top 10 for I think top 10 just sounds better. So we'll do it. It's better to market it that way. And I was like, maybe you're right, sir.
Christian's got...
I'm actually feeling like I'm pulled in two different directions here, because I do remember talk of both. I just can't remember who said what, so I don't want to put anybody on the spot. But I do remember top 16 of 16 came up, and for whatever reason we thought we were going to go back to top 10. Yet for whatever reason we all have 16 on our list. So who cares? It's top 16 of 16 now.
Okay. Fair enough. Top 16 of 16. We're doing everything in 16. We're doing 16 movies for our tops. We're going to do 16 questions / awards after that.
And I'm going to give you 16 inches.
Oh!
In your bottom. Hey.
You're going to give us 16 centimeters, Mr. Canada.
Yes. Yeah.
What is 16 centimeters equal to in inches?
6.3 inches.
Yeah, divided by 2.5. No, times
6.3 inches.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
Mr. Mathematician here.
I looked it up.
Okay.
Okay,
looked it up that quickly.
Wow, look at this guy, right? Okay, 6.3 sounds a little... I'll give you that. I'll give you 6.3. Just don't give me...
If I pull my balls back, yeah, I might get a... Yeah.
Starting at the spleen, maybe.
and shave, and start from the skin, and yeah, 6.3.
That's why I've got this award-winning personality. Let's put it that way.
You are a charming guy, and now we know why. Have to be.
Oh, well, what's my excuse? I have a good personality, and I'm hung like a horse. Some people get lucky, I guess.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He comes in 2 seconds, but... Wait, this is no BS show. What are we doing here?
Yeah, wait, no BS. Okay, let's do this. First thing we're going to do, check it out. Right now, let me just say one more thing. This really... Doesn't this feel like the... it is the end of the year. Doesn't this feel like the whole the whole first year of podcast. We just 2 shows ago we had our first anniversary, right? Doesn't this feel like everything ends now? Like this is the season finale, kind of, and like everything starts over tomorrow in a way.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, it's just the way we started. We couldn't start with the top 10 of 2015. People are like, "Who the fuck are these guys?" to give their top 10s.
Right.
We had a very short first season. Technically, this is the end of our second season.
Oh shit!
Dave laughed so hard his earplugs popped out of his head.
His head exploded and his earplugs literally.
He's like, "We are in season 3."
This is technically the end of season 2. Because we had a very short season 1. We had an inaugural show, a Christmas show, and a year-end show for season 1.
How pompous would that have been? Coming right out of the gate, we're exploding here. These are our top 10 picks of the year.
Well, we had to. Come on. Yeah. A good podcast has to have a end-of-year show. I mean, come on here. But yeah, doesn't it seem that? Because we have the anniversary, and then we have a Christmas thing, which is kind of a Christmas thing. It's in the middle, and then we're here. So this just has that feeling of like all the movies I watched this year. Like tomorrow, I'm actually going to relax for the first time in months. I'm not going to I don't have to watch a movie or rewatch a movie or anything. It's like this is the Super Bowl or something, and then tomorrow is, all the NFL players can relax for.
I like the football reference, given the fact that we are fumbling through this opening. Hey!
And with that, yes. All right. Let me tell you what we're going to do here. We're going to get into different categories, subgenres for the year, different horror subgenres. We're going to go through. I have 10 different ones. I don't have 16, sorry. I have 10 different ones. The first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to name them off. Then each of us are each going to pick one and highlight it. Unless it's on our top 16, then we're not, because we're saving it. So we're going to go through the categories. We want to talk about as much as we can in this time together. Yeah. How about this? Let's start this off. Before we go into it, how many movies? Brandon, last year, how many movies did you watch? 150-something?
159 last year.
Okay. And he said he was going to cut back this year. How many did you watch this year?
122, but with rewatches.
Oh, get out of here.
No, seriously, I didn't do rewatches last year. With rewatches this year, I'm not even joking. I probably 170.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're not. That does not count. 120
it counts in my brain.
122 is your answer. So that's still a lot. Now, Christian, I remember you saying you didn't see as much as you wanted to because you didn't get into the podcast, this type of podcast, until almost the end of the year. So you weren't really making it a mission to watch as much horror from 15 as possible. But what did you do last year and what did you do this year? Do you know?
Yeah, last year I think I came in at around like 35 movies or something like that, and most of them were done when we started the podcast so that I could actually feel comfortable preparing like a top 10 list. I'd seen It Follows in all the big releases, but as we well know, there's much more to the genre and that doesn't get a wide release, and that was really cool. That opened my eyes, so it was really cool. This year, with the combination of I thought I started the year really well, and it feels like at the end you're playing catch-up. Because I think for the first 6 months, I think I saw everything new.
Right.
If there's a new movie, I think I saw it. And,
yeah, for the show, we did a lot.
And then we started doing the found footage challenge, and, to cut this answer down a little shorter, I ended up watching 54 movies this year. So not just bad, almost man. 20 more than last year. So I'm still disappointed. It's half of what you guys did, but
it's honestly, less than half.
Yeah, shut up. But with my rewatches, I think I saw 300
with
movies.
The rewatches, it's a third of what we did.
I can't wait to kill that mensch.
Nice. Awesome. How about me? Last year I was at 78. This year I wanted to stay around the same, and I ended up doing much more. So this year I ended up at 113 is my final number.
Congratulations. Yeah. You get your big boy pants now.
Yeah. I'm a credible host now. I've, officially. 113 is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, how many is shit, though? That's the problem. There's a lot of shit in that, right?
I'm glad you asked. I couldn't have planned a better segue. Brandon and I were talking about this right before you got on here. And I said, of 113 movies, only 13 of them were rated a 5 or below. So 100 movies, I rated a 5.5 or higher. Yeah,
Okay.
what a year. What a great year.
It's a fantastic year. And people were coming down on this year. About, 3-4 months ago, people were like, this is not a memorable year. I don't know what people were talking about because, there's a lot of good to great movies. I think a lot, and then if you look at probably your top threes, you could say a couple of, modern masterpieces, if you will. And we'll get there.
Yes, we will.
In the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting there. 20 minutes, he says. But listen, it was a great year. Here's what I'm going to say this. It started off okay. Not a lot seemed to be coming out. But we did get a lot of good stuff. Then, in the middle, there was kind of a lull there where me personally, I watched a lot of movies in a row that were like 6 out of 10. They were just there. Just another horror movie. Nothing stood out. Then, the last 3 months, it just went bananas. And I was seeing great movie after great movie. So, it started off strong, but with not a lot of, releases. Then it was a lull. And then at the end, it just was great.
It went banana laser.
Yeah, I was gonna say wrong show.
Did I say the word laser?
No, you just went bananas.
Oh, okay. All right.
It went kiwis.
Yeah, I got some kiwis for you. Right. Okay, let's get into this. The first category for 2016 is slashers. Now, slashers this year, we had more this year than we had last year, I think. I venture to say. We covered one of them. Matter of fact, the very first movie we covered this year was a slasher, and that was Kill Game. So there's Kill Game, Ditch Day Massacre, Most Likely to Die, All Through the House, Funhouse Massacre, Last Girl Standing, Windmill Massacre, Fear Inc., Scare Campaign, and we added Francesca and Masks to that list, did we not?
Yes.
We decided to call them slashers. Okay.
Yeah. Italian and German slasher. Galileos.
And if they're on our and if they're on our top 16, we don't mention them in this round. It's got to be off of our top 16. Okay.
Just mention one that didn't make your 16.
Okay.
Yeah, one that didn't make the 16 that we want to highlight. And I'll tell you what, I don't care who goes first, and I don't care who goes last. So
okay,
whatever.
The Windmill Massacre.
There you go.
Suspense,
smart,
free. Yeah, there you go. It was a fun slasher movie.
Yes,
it was fun.
It was old school. It was what a slasher, the formula that we always talk about that we can't understand why people can't get right. It's right. It's a simple thing.
The only drawback, there's two things that keep it from maybe being even, I wouldn't say perfect, but even better is probably the better way to say it is the hocus pocus mumbo jumbo at the end. I could have done without in the fire part, and it really didn't have a climax. It didn't. I mean, it had a climax. It didn't really have a final chase. Or a very good final chase, I guess. It just sort of happened. Right.
It was shocking, though, when it happened.
Yeah, true.
That particular scene that we were all thinking of. I was like, whoa.
But
I was like, whoa.
It was sweet, and it's simple. It was a simple slasher. It gave us what we want to see. And
hey, killer windmills, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. More killer windmills, yeah. But yes, that was a good one. What did you give it?
I ended up rating it a 7 out of 10, and I think I re-rated that one because I did watch it a second time, and I think I came in at about an 8, and I'm like, you know what, a 7 is still a good movie, a very good movie, depending on how you. So I think that's a fair, and I'm very happy with that rating. So I did 7 out of 10.
I only saw it one time. And maybe if I rewatched it, it would have come in lower. But I watched it one time, and I give it 8 out of 10. And I said it was my favorite slasher of the year. So you started off with a good movie.
Nice.
Yeah. And what about you, tough guy?
All right. Well, I specifically made you add those 2 films because I wanted to bring up Masks. Masks was competing for that 16th spot, and ultimately it just wound up at 17. And it's a German film. It actually was made in 2011, just came out this year. Very much weird. Like a Giallo, though. Feels like an Italian film.
Like a Galileo? Yeah.
Like a Galileo.
like a juicy Galileo. And yeah, it's a great movie.
Did you guys see it? Yeah, it was terrific. I was really pleasantly shocked by this. I love the story behind it. I love the lead actress.
I was very pleasantly shocked by this.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the way it plays out. I specifically love the ending to this film.
I don't recall understanding the ending, but I enjoyed the entire film as a whole. It reminded me of the story of, like, of course it was after I had seen Neon Demon, so it kind of had a Neon Demon type flavor to it, or Starry Eyes, if you will, but not on that grand of a scale where you're talking Hollywood. You're talking Broadway or whatever plays, wherever they have plays, you know?
Yeah, but very much an Italian feel to it.
Oh, yeah, yes. And kick-ass freaking murders.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Which is important, yeah. Now, what did you give that, and what grade did you give Windmill Massacre? Because you didn't give one for that.
Windmill Massacre, I gave a 7.5, and this one, I had a 7.5 to an 8. I ultimately wound up giving it an 8, but it just missed out.
I gave it an 8 as well, so I'm with you. And what about you?
Me?
If it's on your top 16, all you have to say is top 16. And then
okay, it's on my top 16, guys. There, I'll edit that in.
It's on your top 16. We will wait. Okay. We'll wait.
Congratulations, Dave shit the bed. Usually it's Christian.
Why did I shit the bed?
Because you asked Christian, and you...
I have to ask him.
You spoiled one of his 16 already.
I have to ask him.
Yeah.
Well, what are you supposed to do? Just not say anything in this position?
No, I can't wait for him to actually bring it up, because maybe, spoiler, maybe he wants to give his interpretation of the ending. I don't want to spoil films, but this is one where my interpretation of it, I think I understood it fine, but I just wanted to see what he thought.
Okay, all right. and we'll talk more, absolutely. Now, boy, there was a lot to choose from here, and which one do I want to discuss? You know what? It's the last movie I watched, so I will discuss this movie, Fear Inc. I just watched this for the second time, and you know what? I don't want to talk about this movie.
Oh, I know what you want to talk about.
Okay, tell me. What do I want to talk about?
You want to talk about Scare Campaign.
Yeah, I do want to talk about it.
I know you do, because it's a great movie and it needs to be talked about.
I agree, yeah. If you guys haven't seen Scare Campaign, go check it out. It's got a great setup. It's like one of those, it's like Scare Tactics. These people had that show Scare Tactics, and that's the plot of this story. They have a show like Scare Tactics, and some new group comes around that's doing like YouTube videos, I guess, but they're a lot more hardcore than what these guys are doing, and they're like in their third season or something, and the producer pressures them, you guys got to get a little more realistic than this. This is getting old hat, etc., etc. There's a little subplot between the producer of it and the main girl. And that's the movie I don't want to spoil one damn thing about. No. That's why I just said the plot, and that's it. So that's a movie you guys should check out. That one, I give that an 8 out of 10. What do you guys think about Scare Campaign?
I'm with you. The exact same score, 8 out of 10. I definitely don't want to say anything about the film except check it out.
All right.
I copy your guys' thoughts on that one as well.
All right. I can dig it. All right. Ditto.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Christian, you don't have to join us for the top 16 part. You can just sit out that part.
I know. What the shit?
All right. Let's pick movies that aren't as good from now on. Again, decent amount of slashers this year. Now, Home Invasion is our next category here. Home Invasion got kind of weird this year because they added something to it, where it became kind of reverse Home Invasion became kind of the thing, with a twist. You have this is what I have here. I have Crush the Skull, Intruder, Recovery, Sweet Home, Hush, and Don't Breathe. If I forgot something, I don't know. That's what I have there. What should we talk about here? There's some heavy hitters in this category. We don't want to cover any heavy hitters.
I'll mention one that I thought was a lot of fun. Not on my list personally, but it was a lot of fun, and that was Crush the Skull. Just a solid film. I think I rated it a 7. Basically, breaking into the wrong home and all sorts of shenanigans take place. But sort of, even though it's brutal at times, it felt almost more lighthearted and comedic.
Yeah, the dialogue was kind of comedic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that movie.
Yeah.
My shout out, I guess, would be Sweet Home.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good call.
That was good too. That was in the apartment complex, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well filmed, great acting, and just a great payoff.
I didn't know that you got around to Sweet Home. I saw it like earlier in the year. I really liked it, and I think when I initially discussed it on the show, neither of you guys had seen it.
No,
and then,
I took your recommendation. Every time you guys mention a movie, I would write it down. So I played a lot of catch up, and I saw almost everything. Like I said, there's like maybe 2 to 4 that I didn't get to see that I would have liked to have seen for this show.
Nice. Okay, now what do you guys give that movie? I gave it an 8, but I've only seen it once. But I saw it once, and I was so pleasantly surprised, because I've said it many times here before, home invasion isn't really normally my cup of tea. But just everything about this movie worked for me, and I gave it an 8 out of 10. So what about you guys?
Sweet Home?
Yeah.
7.5.
Sweet Home, I gave it a 7.
All right. Not bad. I guess I'll bring one to the table here. Recovery. Am I the only guy that saw Recovery?
No, I saw it.
Okay.
I have not.
I believe ultimately I gave it like a 7 out of 10. It was interesting. It took a while to actually get to the part where you could call it home invasion. It was kind of the climax when they got there. It had a really good setup. It was this girl and her friends. They were getting ready to graduate, and I think it was the night before graduation. They had a Find My Phone app. It was stolen or something or other, and it went from there. She lost her phone, right? Is that what it was?
Yeah, she lost her phone. They tracked the phone, and then it turns into like a home invasion.
And I just want to recommend that film. Like I said, 7 out of 10. Nothing incredible, but 7 out of 10 is nothing to sneeze at. And
that's good. I was 6.5 on that.
Nice. I was going to pull Sweet Home up, but Christian, he jumped on it. So, but I'm glad we got to talk about it. So there you go. There's 3 you should see: Recovery, Crush the Skull, and Sweet Home. And I think the others, there's some heavy hitters in that category this year that we're most likely getting to later. So, found footage, next category. This is an interesting year for found footage. Not necessarily a very good year. Which, if you listen to the show, you know that we all kind of like that found footage movies. Christian, a year ago when we recorded this very episode, said he wasn't very fond of them, and I put him on the spot. And next thing you know, I mentioned, hey, I got a list. Next thing you know, the next show began the found footage challenge, and the man has come around. So
yes, I have.
You can safely say that all of us are found footage fans now, correct?
Oh, yeah, I could definitely say I'm a fan.
I've always been.
Yeah, and I have too. So that's good. Okay, so not a very strong year for found footage movies, unfortunately, and more on that later, because there's a question about it, and there's one in particular that I'm going to highlight later in the evening. I will say the one I want to discuss is the Triangle. I mentioned it not too long ago on the show, maybe 2 or 3 episodes ago. But I want to mention it again in case people are listening to us for the first time or don't remember me mentioning it before. But The Triangle was quite an interesting movie. In a way, as it's unfolding, I was thinking this is what The Sacrament kind of should have been, because it's very similar in the beginning. And as I've said many times, I'm not a fan of The Sacrament, mostly because of how I knew what was going to happen and how it was exactly like Jonestown, except a lot less intense, and it just was very derivative of Jonestown, so it just kind of irked me. I'm not going to get into all that, but The Triangle has a similar setup. They get a letter from a friend, they have to go see him, they go there, and of course they're thinking something's fishy. It's like I said, it's a little bit like The Sacrament, and as I'm watching this, I'm saying, no, this is more original, and there's things that come up here later on, and I won't spoil it at all. I give this one a 7 out of 10. My only disappointment was in the ending, and I really wish I would have watched it again, because maybe it wouldn't disappoint me this time because I see it coming. But if you're a fan of found footage, mockumentary-type movies, check out The Triangle. And I don't think you guys got around to this, did you?
Nope.
No, sir.
Okay, well, someone else jump in then.
All right, I chose Winners Take All.
Nice.
What a nostalgic, wonderful documentary about 2 brothers who who made these cheesy shot-on-video films in the 80s, and now this one guy rediscovers them and wants to find them to redistribute the films. Oh, man, so much fun. So much fun. I went into this based off a recommendation from a friend, and I had no idea what to expect, but I loved it. Highly recommend it. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Wow, an 8?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know why I thought even higher of it, because I'm being very cryptic a little with this, because I think the less you know about this, the better, because it threw me for a loop. I was totally into it.
Because you thought it was legit.
I thought it was legit the whole way.
See, me, as uptight as I am, I thought it may have been legit by the description I saw, and I wasn't going to waste my time with it because it was crunch time, and I wanted to make sure it was a horror movie, or I wasn't going to watch it because I was preparing for this very show we're on. So I was like, I'm not going to waste my time with a documentary if it's just a documentary. Granted, I was interested in it. The subject matter sounded really cool, and I was like, well, maybe I'll wait until, after the 2016 show and I'll watch it. But then when I was researching it, I come to find out that it's a movie, and I was like, okay, now I'm going to check it out. And I am glad I did, and this isn't, I want to watch this again. Ultimately, I didn't come high like you did. I came in 6.5. I enjoyed it, but it was funny because you said there was a big surprise. And
well, yeah, the big surprise to me was I didn't realize it was a faux documentary. I thought it was real. I thought it was a documentary. And I know the dialogue is quite comical at times and absolutely ridiculous, some of the things they're saying.
Yes, it is. But cocky.
But it was funny. But it was funny, and I'm like, these guys are just characters. I'm like, I love these guys. But they actually made these guys look 30 years older somehow.
Yeah.
Didn't they look 30 years older? Like, they still looked good, but they looked like they were in their late 40s now versus being 18, 19.
I haven't thought about it till you just brought it up, but yeah.
To me, they looked just different enough in the current scenes versus the flashback scenes. But it was a lot of fun. Definitely check it out.
I agree. Everybody should see this. Everyone that's a fan of shot on video or even anything from the 80s, that type of stuff.
I hate shot on video, but it just right. The charm of it and just the feel of the film. It's like made by horror fans for horror fans.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, even though my ranking wasn't as strong as yours, I will recommend everybody check this movie out for sure. It's on Amazon Prime. I don't know where else, honestly, it's available. I'm not even sure if is there physical media of this or no.
I believe it did get a release, but
okay.
I watched it on Prime as well.
Okay, I wasn't sure, but yeah, anybody listening that has Prime, watch this one. So definitely good choice. Christian, did you see this one? And
no, I will have to check it out. Haven't seen it yet. Okay. I'm going to recommend They're Watching. I recommend that. Even though I'm not 100% with the batshit crazy ending, with all the CGI, but the fucking setup from the beginning to that point is phenomenal. I love it.
Agreed.
And I was like, what happened? And I think I touched upon this in the last episode because I had just seen it. And so I haven't watched it a second time, but I gave it a 7.5. 7 out of 10. And it would have been higher. And it could have been a 9 if it had a better ending. I love the credit. Like the opening credit even, I loved. It looked like right out of the, like They Live credit font. Yeah. And it was They're Watching. And it was set up really well, and the acting was really good. It introduced things better than a lot of these found footage movies do. It was creepy, and then it just went off the rails. And you're either going to love it for going off the rails, or that's what's going to keep it from being... It didn't ruin the movie, but I was scratching my head going, why? Why'd they do that?
It was a major tone shift in that final 20 minutes. I still gave it a 7 out of 10, and I agree with you that it would have definitely been better had they stuck more with the feel of the first 2/3 of the film. But I do love the fact that it just... By the end, you're like, what the hell am I watching? Literally, like, what the hell is this?
You know... My experience was a little different here, and you might think I'm going to come in the highest, and I'm not. But the way I feel, the first time I watched this movie, it was one that I remember liking, but I only gave it a 6 out of 10, and I could not remember why. And I started seeing people on Facebook and on social media recommending this movie. And I'm a found footage guy, especially this kind of found footage, because it's the faux documentary, which I love that stuff. And I will give it praise for that. The opening, like the first 20 minutes, when it's like one of those, what are those things called? Flip This House or whatever. You know, it looks so genuine. It looks so genuine. It looked fantastic. And I'm a sucker for that. When you can make me really believe I'm watching something that I could see on the freaking Learning Channel or on the Travel Channel or one of them damn things.
HGTV.
HGTV. I dug it. But I didn't remember anything about it. So that's why it was in that 6 area. Most of the movies that are in my 6 area are movies that I don't remember. You know, that I saw a while ago, and I just remember how I felt. So everyone's kind of not pimping the movie, but I'm hearing people recommend it. And I'm like, maybe I missed out on something here. What is it? So the other night, I watched it again. It's on Netflix, so it's easy to pull right up. So I watched it. I'm like, man, I'm really digging this. Why did I only give this movie a 6? So now, when I get to the end, I don't have a problem with the shift in tone, as you guys said, or how it's batshit or anything like that. My main problem was strictly with the CGI. I don't mind. I thought all the stuff that happened was great. And I'm not usually a guy that picks on CG, but in this case, the movie was so well done, and all of a sudden, it's like I'm watching PlayStation. I was like, is this...
I hear you.
It's a real disappointment, because everything about the film was so spot on for this kind of movie, and I was like, if you don't have the budget to have good CG, just don't do it. You had me reeled in through this whole film, and then you did this. So I guess now I could probably bump it up. I might even say 7, because the setup and everything was really good. Was it just the CG? It sounds like you guys had more of a problem with the third act in general.
No, I think the CG has that's a lot of it. Because of that, it's like all of a sudden it just lasers being shot out, this, that, and the other thing. It's just like too much from a subtle setup to this bad shit. But the CG does play into it, and it definitely takes away points as well, unfortunately.
Yeah. You feel the same way, Brandon? It's just mostly the CG?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's necessarily only the CG. I think it probably could have had a different, more stylized ending than going that route in the first place. Because not only does it go crazy with this less than stellar CG, but then it gets actually a little comical at some points. So, but I liked it. I liked it for what it was, like 7. It's a solid 7. It's a fun watch.
Yeah, I just can't get that taste out of my mouth of the CG. It just was such a turn off. I was like, well,
try rinsing with Comet.
Comet, yeah, there you go. No, that Comet goes in another body part, not in the mouth. Oh, and I didn't list the movies for found footage. I'll do it really quick. Blair Witch, The Triangle, RWD for Rewind, Break-In, Winner's Tape All, Hangman, Bad Ben, Hell House LLC, and They're Watching. That's what we have on our categories. Now we're on to hauntings/ghosts. And, don't pick on me, because I did the best I could with writing these movies down. Some of these movies are hard to put in the right heading, classify them the right way, I should say. So you might be listening saying, hey, that's not a haunting or a ghost. You're an idiot. Well, whatever. That's just what I did. It's the best of my memories. So, but I'll tell you one thing. To me, these are either really bad or really good. So I'm almost afraid to make a selection, because I have a feeling it'll be on people's 16s. But let me start by naming them off. And again, I'll apologize now. If you don't think these belong in this category, what are you going to do? Sorry, So here's what I got. The Darkness, Dead Room, Lake Erie, Dark Stranger, Other Side of the Door, Within, Conjuring 2, I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, The Wailing, House on Pine Street, Phobia, The Silenced, The Suffering, Hexecutioners, and Abattoir. I guess that's how I can pronounce it. I don't know. Maybe it's Abattoir. I don't know.
Abattoir sounds good.
That's one of the girls from the band, right? Dancing Queen? Abattoir.
Did you have Lights Out on that?
Thank you, sir. Lights Out. See, there you go. I put that under paranormal. I didn't know. Would you consider that a haunting or a ghost or a paranormal?
Aren't ghosts paranormal?
Yeah.
No, because pardon me, not paranormal, supernatural. But hey, let's put that as, if you guys think it's better there, put it there. Lights out.
Wherever.
I didn't know. That's why I sent you guys the list prior. In case
I'll bring up one that I enjoyed that didn't make my final 16, and that's The Silenced, Korean film. I really enjoyed this film, and again, this is a film not like it at all, but in terms of shift in tone, like they're watching, like we just talked about. Like the first 2/3, not even 2/3, maybe the first half of the film is much more mystery. Then it turns into more of a sci-fi supernatural film. And I didn't mind that it was supernatural because we know that we're dealing with ghosts and disappearances in this film. It just becomes maybe a little bit too much of an action film for me.
I'm with you.
But it was still very good. Really well acted. I enjoyed it. This is one I only watched once. I'll probably have to give it a second watch at some point. But I gave it a 7.5.
Nice. I am with you 100%. My memory isn't as good on it as yours is. But I know that I watched it and I enjoyed it, but I was a little confused. And it's kind of a crime that I didn't watch it again. This is one I really should have rewatched. So I kind of dropped the ball on that now that I'm thinking about it, because I may have come in even higher because it was really well made. It was a real good film.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I remember being confused because all the girls they wore the same clothes and they had the same hairstyle. So I was kind of getting confused with one girl from the other. And
that's funny. This was one of the first times, and I'm not being racist, but this was one of the first times where I was really able to clearly differentiate the characters. Because sometimes it's tough watching Asian films because they all have long, straight, dark hair, and especially when they're in uniforms, it's
right.
It can be tough. But this time I didn't have much issue at all. But
because usually I don't have a problem. All the Ju-on films and everything else I watch and all the other Asian cinema, I don't usually have a problem. But with this one, I did. And you usually have a problem, and in this one, you didn't.
Well, that's because with Ju-on, they, they'll give you the name of the character before each segment. Hey, you got Kyoko. Hey, Shimizu.
Yeah, except they have a Kayako and a Kyoko in the same movie.
Kyoko, Kiko, and Kyoto. And Kyoto. And,
Good God.
And Mazu.
What are you talking about? Are these volcanoes you're talking about?
And shrimp tempura.
Well, I give this an 8 out of 10. But again, I only saw it one time. But I just remember being impressed by it and thinking, man, I may go higher. But I didn't rewatch it, and I suppose I should. So stay tuned next year. I'll tell you what happened on rewatch. Christian, you didn't see this one, did you?
I did not see this one. I did not.
Okay.
Way to put in the effort for the show.
Leave him alone. He watched
that,
20 more movies.
I just feel hungry, so I don't know if I will watch it. Too many Japanese names for my liking. Is it even Japanese?
It's Korean. Have some barbecue.
Tomato.
Cook up the dog. Grill up the dog. And watch the movie. Too soon?
Too soon. I'm going to mention The House on Pine Street.
That was a good film.
Yeah.
We reviewed it right here.
Yep.
We reviewed it right here. Episode.
Right here. I think I came in the highest. I can't remember. I gave it an 8.
I was 7.5. Brandon doesn't remember.
No, I'm just not talking about it now.
You've had your fill. You've had your fill. That's it. You're done.
No.
Christian, explain this to Dave.
It might pop up later.
It might pop up later.
It might pop up on someone's top 16 list. Who doesn't want to talk about it right now?
Just might. Okay. Pardon me. Okay. Yes, House on Pine Street.
Dave's a simple 40-year-old.
Yes. Simple being the key word here. Yes. Yeah, I enjoyed it as well, House on Pine Street. And if you want to hear more about it, listen to episode where we covered it in its entirety.
We're listening a bit later for Brandon's dissertation.
Dissertation. That's the
hey,
word.
I'm not Steve Carpenter.
SC. The pickings here are slim because, like I said before, there isn't a whole lot that they're either poor or they're very good. There's one I want to talk about. I'll say if you haven't seen Phobia, watch that movie. That is one, and I want to say it's Hindi, I think Phobia was.
Indie?
Hindi. And indie, for that matter.
So it's an indie Hindi? Is that a new subgenre?
It's Hindi.
Language is spoken. Hindi. Yeah, it's Hindi.
Episode 28 will be our top 10 Hindi indies.
Oh,
is that like Bollywood?
Right? Yeah, it is Bollywood. Thank you. Should I have said Bollywood? It's a Bollywood horror movie, if you can say that. It's the kind of movie where I don't want to say anything, but it was ranked high. It was like a 6.9 on IMDb. And I was like, well, I got to see this movie. And I watched it, and I really enjoyed it. Seek this movie out. I give this an 8 out of 10. So check out Phobia.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very good score.
And pretty ladies in this movie.
Very pretty ladies.
Pretty Hindis. Okay.
I hear they're doing they got Harrison Ford to star in Indiana Jones.
Ay.
I actually like that one.
Yeah, I can see Dave actually does like that one. Look,
Indiana Jones. Okay. Well, let's move on. Now, creature features is what I have here. Now, this is kind of a tough thing to categorize because everyone has an opinion on what a creature is and everything else. But I think I put Lights Out as a creature feature. Am I on drugs? My God.
I guess you could get that.
Yeah.
It could go either way, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Sort of creature-ish.
Yeah. Well, here's what I put in there. I started with the sharks, the shallows, and in the deep. The monster, which is obviously Baskin, Siren, Under the Shadow. That's what I have. Anybody have something they want to
category. Strong category.
Strong category, yeah.
Very strong category. I'll mention one that obviously didn't make my list, but man, did I love this film, and that's In the Deep. And I believe it's been pulled, and now it's are they going to give it a theatrical release next year? Or
I've heard that it's coming to theaters, next year, and I believe in the summertime, which is
that's fine. It would be a really fun film to see it on the big screen. I would actually go see it again. Yeah, I know the suspense is gone because you know what happens, but man, I loved it. It really has that claustrophobic feel to it. It does have a little bit towards the end where it has a little twist, which I saw coming a million miles away. I knew what was going on, but it didn't ruin it for me. It was a lot of fun. I actually gave this film an 8 out of 10. Probably one of the better shark movies I've seen in a long time. And I enjoyed The Shallows as well, but I enjoyed this one more.
I agree with you. I agree. Christian, did you get to see this one or no?
I did not. I wanted to. I'm gonna wait for the theater.
Yeah.
It'll be on his top 10 of two. It'll be on his top 17 of 17.
Well, that's just it. A lot of people listening, they aren't going to see it until next year because it came out and then it got pulled. It came to the DVD.
People bought it.
Yeah, they bought it. It came to DVD and it also came to VOD. It was also on Prime and they took it down. So kind of strange. They didn't want to oppose The Shallows, is what I'm getting out of it. And then somebody decided, well, let's just put it out next year unopposed, which I guess does make sense.
Maybe they'll re-edit it.
Re-edited by assholes. It's quite possible.
Brandon's re-edited
it? Bleached assholes, yes. Well, I'll talk about this one more later. I really dig it, though. Is there anything I can really bring up here? There's so few. I'll say Under the Shadow. That's one. Definitely check that out. That is another foreign film. I want to say Iran.
Where to?
I ran so far away. And I ran.
A flock of seagulls joke.
Hey, all right. The youngest guy in the group gets the flock of seagulls reference.
Of course I do.
Nice.
Because his haircut still looks like a flock of seagulls.
That's great. Oh, it sure does.
It is Iranian.
It is Iranian? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it was a good film.
It was a good film. I've heard some people watch it that they weren't into it as much as I was, but I really enjoyed this one. It takes place during the time where, well, of course, I guess it could be modern, but it was not. It was the 80s when there's all kinds of beef with Iraq and things are going on. You could tell people are living in this time where they have to be fearful of being attacked by missiles and what have you, and it's about a family, and the father is serving in their military, and he has to go off, and then there's the mother and her child, and somebody compared this to Dark Water. I guess I could kind of loosely see the comparison, but and I don't want to say too much about it being a creature feature, because the funny thing is you don't even really you learn about this creature, about the jinn. I'll spoil that, and you hear more about the mythology of it and things like that, and you only see so much, so it isn't even so much what they show you, but things do go down. It's well made, and it's creepy, and some good stuff going on. So that I give an 8 out of 10 as well. A lot of 8s this year, man.
Yeah, I gave it an 8 as well.
Ah, right on. So that's the one. So Christian, did you see this or no?
No, that was on my to-watch list, but I just couldn't get to it in time for the shoe.
All right.
For the shoe. So I'm gonna recommend 10 Cloverfield Lane. And it's funny because the creature feature part of that is exactly what I hate about the movie. Or hate's maybe the strong word, but what took the points away from the movie. Because I thought the claustrophobic, twisty part throughout was what really is the meat and potatoes of this, and is why you should watch the movie. But all in all,
well, I'm a vegetarian, so just the potatoes.
It's a waka kind of night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, already.
As usual.
Yes.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because that for me suffered from the fact that it was so early in the year and I didn't get a chance to rewatch it. But I totally agree with Christian, about the claustrophobia part being, the best part of the story.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
Once it ventures into that third act, it's not bad. I still enjoyed it, but not as strong. And John Goodman was terrific, and so was now I'm drawing a blank on her name, and the other.
I just watched your Black Christmas.
Yeah.
Her. Yeah, I'm so mad. I should know her name.
Yeah, so should I, but I'm blanking. And
I
him,
should know.
who played the killer in Hush.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was the killer in Hush. Yes,
Yeah.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Yes, Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
And John Gallagher Jr.
Yes.
The other guy. Yeah.
All very good in this.
Yeah, damn good movie. I give it 7. I think that's what I gave it when we reviewed it, actually.
Yeah, I gave it a 7.5.
And I was a 7. I don't know if I said that already, but 7, hard 7.
Hard 7. Oh yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. Who? Hey.
Black Phillip. Hard 7.
Brandon's nose is watering.
Oh, man. Excuse me. My chin's all wet.
Oh boy. All right. Let's move on to what's next year. We have anthologies. Now, we didn't have that many anthologies, so honestly, I only know of 3: Southbound, Holidays, and Patient 7. We reviewed Southbound. We gave it a full review. We discussed Holidays. I think we all kind of nobody. I think Christian came in kind of high, right? Did you come in?
I came in at a 6.
Okay.
My final score is a 6. I don't remember if it was a 6.5 when I first saw it, but I ended up at a 6. And I'll recommend that for certain segments, like the one I was texting you guys with, that one with the Father's Day segment and a couple other ones are standouts, and they're really good. The downfall is there's some garbage mixed in there as well.
Yes. Yeah. I you know what? I watched it on Netflix, but I almost wish that I had it in physical, so I could just chapter search it and just watch the ones I want. That'd be the way to go. I don't want to recommend buying it because of that.
And you don't want to fast forward, just skip through the segment on Netflix?
Well, they don't have a segment skip on Netflix. You got to.
No, it's a fast forward. Yeah, you gotta physically hold the button down. Jeez.
Well, it's so much easier to have the DVD or the Blu-ray and just press next.
I wouldn't want you to physically have to hold the button down.
Shut up, guy. I'm just trying to do the listeners a favor and say buy it.
I'll recommend.
Buy it. How's that?
Yeah. Okay.
Even though I give it a 5 out of 10, I still say buy it.
Yeah, I think I gave it 5.5. I mean, I'll revisit it at some point. Maybe on Netflix. Maybe I'll hold that button down. But I'll recommend Patient 7. I kind of enjoyed it, even though the title itself is extreme spoiler. It's not hard to figure out this movie from the very beginning. I still found it very entertaining. Michael Moriarty is always good. Is that who it was? Michael
the lead?
What am I saying?
No, the lead is Michael Ironside.
Michael Ironside. Why am I saying Michael Moriarty?
I don't know.
It's alive.
I'm saying to myself, I'm saying it doesn't sound right. Michael Ironside. We'll edit that out and post.
No, we won't.
Oh, no, we won't.
Oh, no, we won't.
What a doofus.
Now they're going to call me Moriarty.
I can't say that word, so I can't do it.
What, doofus?
Moriarty. See, I can't say the word. I've always had a...
Well, we got a Watson, and now we'll have a Moriarty. Now we just need a Holmes.
You can call me Holmes, like Johnny Wad.
Hey. Yeah, no, Patient 7 was fun. I like those types of movies, and when they're contained in one location. This takes place in a mental institution, and you kind of hear the stories of all the different patients, and it ultimately leads up to the
same result every time. Yeah.
Maybe so here, but it was still entertaining.
I knew. They spoil it because I know now that there's 7 patients.
That's the thing. They spoil it from the very beginning. And honestly, look, this isn't even us spoiling it. It's called Patient 7, and he's interviewing 6 patients.
Are you serious? I don't even think there was 7 patients.
That was bullshit.
No. Hold on, time out. Because they would just introduce one patient as patient number 226. Send him in.
But he had the 6 patients waiting in the room, each to be interviewed. Then he interviewed them, and they went back. There were 6 of them. So you're like, oh my god, Patient 7, but there's only 6 of them. What's the deal with Patient 7? Is he gonna come out of the wall like Brahms? No, that would be a fucking turd.
No wonder I didn't figure out the twist. Holy God, I didn't even think of that.
You should have rated this higher than me then.
No, I didn't. That didn't even matter. No, the twist didn't make any sense. There's no way that could have happened, so that bothered me. But I ultimately rated it kind of low. I gave it a 6. But I ultimately just gave it a 6 because nothing stood out. It was just another horror anthology. I guess it was a good concept. There were some good chapters in there, but ultimately I don't think there was a standout chapter. I think the one night was good when the guy killed somebody who was trying to hide it from his old friends that he bumped into. I remember enjoying that, but ultimately there wasn't really a big standout, and they all ended the same way. I mentioned this a couple of shows ago. Every single one ended the same way, where the patient was deemed as crazy by this freaking jerk-off doctor that came in, this new big shot. He interviews all these guys, and at the end says, "You're crazy, on to the next one." And it kept happening. So that was my big beef, honestly.
See it, people.
Yeah, see it. Sure. See it. So, but that's all we had was a few. And it's unfortunate, but what are you going to do? Okay, let's go on to Zombies/Infected. And we have Train to Busan, The Resort, What We Become, Viral. I put Bite under there. Yeah, I guess it's Infected. Summer Camp, and Pride. What the hell's Pride?
Something we both don't have.
Gay Pride.
Sorry.
Very good. Oh, brilliant. No, I figured it out. Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. That's what that is. I just wrote Pride down. I don't know.
I'll give a shot at the Summer Camp. I really enjoyed it. I know, Dave, you had a problem with the shaky cam, and that did not distract me at all, funny enough. And I really enjoyed that movie. I said the biggest downfall of that film is the title. It just doesn't fit that movie. Yeah, I know that they're doing a summer camp. Okay, so, but it just doesn't fit the movie.
It's like Jason Lives. The kids don't show up till very late in the film.
Yeah. It could have been called anything else. It could have been called The Infected. I mean, I know it's not
a good title. A good title at all.
Christian's the king of freaking of generic titles.
Of horrible, awful titles that will
Zombie
stop people from watching.
The Infected.
That's the movie I was gonna actually recommend though, was Summer Camp, and I love the the whole idea that the infection wears off. It reminded me a little bit of that movie Husk from like 2010, which was supposedly, I think it was a remake of Scarecrows.
Was it? Okay. All right.
Husk. from 2010.
Tusk? Kevin
Husk.
Smith? Husk. Okay, all right. I never saw that movie.
Hindi or indie?
Indie or indie?
No, but I love summer camp. I did not get nauseous from any shaky cam.
I don't know why I'm the only guy. It was so jarring that I wanted to stop it.
You might have vertigo.
Yeah.
You might want to get to the ENT. You might want to see Dr. Lipschitz.
Brandon, my boy.
Pronto.
Yes. Get Dr. Lipschitz on the phone. Yes. So. I agree with everything you guys said. I enjoyed the movie, except for the shaky cam, and it took me out. But the fact that it wore off, that was cool. Again, the title could have been better. Not necessarily Infected. I don't go to Christian school.
I was just saying they needed something different.
Here's what it is about Christian. You got a lot of good ideas. You're a filmmaker. You do things, but when it comes to titles, just leave it to me when we make a movie. All right? You can do anything you want, but
Okay.
I do.
Will do.
Yeah, because you remember you even said, well, let's just call it the Exploding Heads Horror Podcast Movie. Isn't that your title for it? See?
I still like that. No, it's called Exploding Heads Horror Movie.
Okay. All right. I take it all back. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I won't teach you for that one. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here to help. I think I was the only guy that saw Bite. Did anybody else see Bite?
No.
Oh, man. It's
I
too
did
bad
not.
because this girl gets bit on this trip, and then it turns into, like, body horror, and...
Your favorite.
What a generic title.
I know, and I'm here I am ranting.
You know it's a generic title if Christian can't come up with an even simpler title for it. Why didn't they just call it Nibble?
How about Been Bitten?
How about Once Bitten?
Once bitten. Yeah. Well, I don't remember what I gave Bite. I think I gave it a 7 or an 8. Somewhere in that area. I enjoyed it, but nobody else has seen it, so there's only so much I can say. I think it's on Netflix. I could be wrong. Is it?
You're right.
Check it out. That's a good flick to watch one night. Spend 90 minutes with it on a Friday night, whatever. I enjoyed it. So
It's actually 95 minutes long, but only spend 90 minutes with it. Skip the end.
And on a Monday night.
Fair enough. Listen to these guys. Don't listen to me. All right.
Been Bitten.
Been bit. Did we? Yeah, we've talked it up. Okay, let's go on to this. Sequels, prequels, and remakes. Here's what we got. Cabin Fever, Martyrs, Conjuring 2, Phantasm Ravager, Ouija Origin of Evil, and The Purge Election Year. Who wants to tackle this? And be careful with the step. Okay.
I'll give a shout out to Purge Election Year. Thought it was another solid entry in the Purge series. I liked Anarchy the best, the second one. That actually made my top 10 of 2014. But this one, just slightly less than that, but still just keeping up with the same characters from the second one. So if you like the second one, you'll enjoy the third one. I gave it a 7.5 or an 8, I think. Somewhere in that range.
I also gave it a 7.5, but to me, this was the best of the series.
Wrong, sir.
Not wrong. All these movies,
Wrong, sir.
they're all kind of 7.5 area, and that's not bad. It's just nothing stellar, but these are movies that I don't want to watch more than once either. I watch them, I enjoy them, move on. I guess it's okay that it's a franchise now or whatever. I just thought that this one had a little more going for it because you guys know I'm not an action fan, so all the running around in part 2 wasn't really my cup of tea. They did do some good things when they slowed it down, but I'm not really into the action. In this movie, it got it was political. There was different things going on. They got the church involved. They got the state involved. There was things going on. I was really interested from beginning to end. Just 7.5 interested. I wasn't blown away by anything, but I enjoyed it. It's not a bad franchise. It's just not a great franchise, but I really can't say anything bad about it. So I didn't see a lot of these movies. I will say that Ouija was good enough. Another one I give 7.5. It's his worst film, Flanagan, but that's not saying a bad thing. It's just his worst film that he's done. I enjoy it. I really. The first 2/3 I thought were great. I really loved the setup. Yeah, really. I fell for the characters. It looked genuine. It was almost set up like a Conjuring film.
Yeah,
you know,
it's quite eerie at times with some of the things going on. But some of the CGI, I wish you would just get away from some of the silly CGI. I don't care about open mouths, whatever. But some of these jump scares. There was one scene with a noose where it was like a bungee noose. I was just like, what the hell is this?
Was the guy on the noose or no?
Yeah.
Was someone attached? Oh, I love that scene. Climax and in the third act, I loved it.
Yeah, I didn't like that, and I didn't like the ending. I know they had to end it that way because supposedly that's how the Ouija picked up, but
it ties in.
Yeah. It didn't make sense to me. One particular part of the ending, it didn't make sense.
First half of the movie is good. Second half of the movie is.
Yeah, I don't think it was that bad. Just.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Judging by the gesture he's doing, it sounds like a good time to me. Are you gargling on a set of balls there?
No, and I was not choking on cock. No, it was just I didn't like the second half of the movie. I found a lot of these sequels and remakes just kind of blend. You know, at the beginning, I kind of was a little bit more forgiving of the Martyrs remake, but it really is piss poor. I watched it again. It's just that it's not piss poor. Piss poor is the wrong term. It's well made in the sense of the good production value, where I'm going with it. It takes liberties with the original story that I think work against it, mainstream it, and I think that's
dumb it down.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I don't like about it. So I actually will go for 10 Cloverfield Lane again.
He just can't get enough of this movie.
No, and that's funny enough. I'm not that 10 Cloverfield Lane. It feels like a one trip. I've watched it 3 times, and the third time I'm like, okay, I've seen this movie enough. I don't have to see it ever again. But the first 2 times I really enjoyed it. The third time I'm like, okay, I'm done with it. But I'm just saying that like none of the sequels, all of them were on my disappointing list, and the remakes are remakes, and they're no standout remakes. They're just kind of bland. And so the one standout, I guess, would be 10 Cloverfield Lane, and that's just a 7 out of 10.
You know what? A lot of these fell in that area for me. Cloverfield, Phantasm, Ouija, and The Purge are all like 7s for me. So 7, 7.5. I was whatever. They were just there. I didn't see Martyrs and I didn't see Cabin Fever. I didn't bother with those films.
And I love the Purge series. I started this one. I'm only 20 minutes in, so I don't feel comfortable rating it. Do like the setup a lot, but I can't rate the movie at all yet. I haven't finished it. I fell asleep.
I really liked it. It bounced around just enough. It didn't bore you to sleep, did it?
No, it didn't bore me to sleep. I just was binge watching, and it was the last one I put on, and I just hadn't had a chance to go back to revisit them. Unfortunately, there's 3 that fall into that category.
Wow. Well, there's always next year. That's okay. Okay, let's go to horror comedies now. Boy, I couldn't wait to get to this because, man, you guys remember last year when we were doing this very show, and I was saying, holy shit, not only was last year the year of the horror comedy, what I said on last year's show, I listened to it the other day, so I'm fresh on this. I said on that show that the last time horror comedies had a real big year was like 86 and then 87, and then the decline of horror for the 80s began. And I said, man, I hope that this doesn't usher in another decline of a great peak period that I believe that we all feel we're having right now. And instead of that happening, the opposite happened. We barely got any horror comedy this year, and quite the opposite was the big story this year. From where I sit, this was all about art house horror this year. Who would have saw that coming? From horror comedies, 180.
Me.
Yeah, my ass. Nobody thought that was going to happen. And isn't it weird, though? I mean, take a look at the genre. Doesn't it always seem that something gets popular and then everything else follows suit and they become big for a while? Wouldn't you have thought that the success, because people had in their top 10 all over the place, people had like Deathgasm, What We Do in the Shadow, just different horror. There was a bunch last year.
Final Girls, yeah,
Krampus, tons of them. They were good movies.
Gravy.
Gravy.
Gravy's a great fucking movie.
Will you stop? Gravy.
8 out of 10.
Okay, you're entitled. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
No, it's fact. It's hard science.
Wait, he's talking about Man Gravy. It's a totally different genre.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I didn't even see fucking Gravy. I can't even tell you. All I heard was bad things. Except for
half the people who were saying bad things never even saw it.
I'll give you that. I'll man up and say I didn't see it, so I don't know. But I didn't see it because it was only listed as comedy. I didn't know how horrific it was. So I didn't.
Horror. Cannibals.
Okay. I'll get to it. Okay. But this year, they were nowhere to be found. We had very few. And here's what I listed here. Kill Your Friends, She Kills, Greasy Strangler, and The Night of Something Strange. That's all that I know of. I didn't see The Night of Something Strange.
Freaks of Nature?
Freaks of Nature. Thank you, sir. Okay, there's another one. I didn't see that either. Once again, I kind of ignored the horror comedies unless I started hearing great things about them. That's how I was last year, because it's not my cup of tea. But I'll tell you this. I'll talk about a movie right now. This will be the one I'll talk about, and this is an incomplete. And what I mean is, it's quite funny, because a couple shows ago, somebody asked us if we ever walked out of a movie or in the middle of it, and I said only once or twice, and I explained why. It's not something I do. I tried to watch this movie called She Kills. Are you guys familiar with this one?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it, though.
Yeah,
I'll tell you. Okay, well, I sat down to watch this movie. It's based on a book called She Kills with Her Pussy. And it starts off, it really is. It starts off like these people dressed like people from the 50s. And I don't know if it's supposed to be in the 50s or not. But she's naked at first, and she's running in the fields, and she's putting a flower on her nipple and stuff. And then this guy comes along, and he's kind of dorky, but he's seducing. Well, they're a couple.
This sounds amazing so far.
It's real goofy the way they're talking. Oh, hi. I can't even get it. So anyway, they're going on. I'm like, man, this is pretty goofy, but whatever. I'll give it some time. Then they start getting harassed by these heavies, this gang. And then they leave, and they go to this hotel room, and they're going to consummate their relationship. Either they're getting married or they just got married. And then these guys come in, and it's all real goofy comedy. And this girl comes in, she's part of their gang, and she has like this cold sore on her lip, like a herpes or something. And I just think, yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, it's stupid, but I guess they're making her look like a skank or something. And this guy who's the leader of this gang, who has like this real long mustache, ridiculously long and ridiculously fake looking. Just awful. And I know they're doing it on purpose.
Like Return to Sleepaway Camp long?
No. It was a big bushy thing that went down freaking like snakes coming off of his body. It was crazy. And then he grabs this girl, her freaking cold sore, and puts it in his mouth and eats it. Rips it off her face. That's disgusting. It was disgusting.
I don't want to see that shit. I hate that.
Right? So do I. But, I'm like 5-8 minutes into this movie, and I'm like, man, I don't like to walk away from a movie. Let me give it a chance. So I even caught myself a buzz and then walked back to it, saying, okay, I'm a little buzzed now. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Maybe I'm more tolerant and everything else. And I watched it for 10 more minutes. It was like a total of 15 minutes, and I literally could not watch any more. I said, I'm not going to waste any more of my time with this awful freaking movie. So She Kills is the only time I can recall sitting down at my house to watch a movie and pulling out. Say, no, can't do it.
Oh, Dave pulled out.
I did.
Dave Z never pulls out.
Nope. No, I don't.
She kills, and Dave Z pulled out.
Yeah.
Did you mention the Greasy Strangler on this list also for comedies? You did. Okay. Yeah, that one I was.
Something about it?
No. Okay. You know what? The film I'm gonna bring up, and I'm just gonna mention it for 1 second because I highly recommend it. I think it's a great film. I ultimately kept it off the list just because it felt a little less horror than some of the others that I wanted to include on the list. And that's Kill Your Friends. And I'm sure it'll be talked about later on. But it's a fantastic film. If you're a fan of American Psycho, you'll be a fan of this. Nicholas Hoult, who plays the lead character, is phenomenal. He's been around for a long time, since he was a child, and just a great performance and a great movie, great soundtrack, and everything was terrific. So I'm sure more to come.
Right on. I believe so.
Yes,
I believe so. What do you got, Christian? Did you get to any of these? Did you ever get to the Greasy Strangler?
Nope. After you guys raved about it, I did not check it out at all. I didn't really watch. I mean, there are some horror comedies I've seen, but none that I need to mention right now.
There you go. All right, let's move on. Now we're in the supernatural area. Okay, here's what I have here for the supernatural. This is our last category. Yeah. Here's what I have: Nina Forever, Corpse of Anna Fritz, Secrets of Emily Blair, Satanic, The Mind's Eye, February, The Witch, and Beyond the Gates. That's what I have.
Some heavy hitters on that one.
There are some heavy hitters. Okay. Did anyone get to see Beyond the Gates besides me?
No, I skipped it when you told me I could skip it.
I told him to skip it because it was crunch time and it wasn't something that was going to end on his top 10. From one horror fan to another, I say watch it.
Yeah, I will check it out, but I just didn't want to have to squeeze in another one.
Okay, well, I'll get into it. It came with a lot of hype. And here's what I think was good about it. It did have that 80s, 90s vibe where it's and anyone who's seen the trailer, even though I don't watch them, but I'm sure if you've seen the trailer, they probably allude to the fact that this is a VCR game like we used to have in the day. And these people play this game. They end up having to save somebody by finishing the game. My issue with the movie is that they went along with it a little bit too easily. It was kind of like that movie The Gate or something like that, where these are
Jumanji.
Right, Jumanji. Where if it's children, it makes sense that they would go along with it. But these are adults, and it just was a little bit unbelievable that they would go into it. I'm not saying that they went in head first and said, we got to keep playing. There was even a part where they said, let's just stop and see what happens. But initially when it happened, it was a little weird that they were just kind of going with it, especially when you put on the screen and you see Barbara Crampton, who looked great in this movie and was great in this role, staring out. And it's this VCR game, and you're supposed to be watching, a video cassette, and she's staring out at you with this stare, and she's talking, and you know that she's talking directly to you. They find this out. It's not actually a game, that now they've done something that they have to finish. And there was really good aspects of it to the film, period, but ultimately it's not a bad movie. It was very hyped. I'd say 8 out of 10. So that's nothing to sneeze at. It just, there was good gore in it, so it has some of that throwback feel. And what?
He's sneezing. Brandon's sneezing at it.
My allergies are acting up. You said it was nothing to sneeze at, and all of a sudden it's a polygon in my eye.
Pollen.
All right, so I guess that's all we're going to talk about.
No, I got one movie actually that I wish I had gotten a chance to rewatch it. I didn't rewatch it, and I have a feeling it could have made my list had I given it a second rewatch, and that's Nina Forever. I highly enjoyed this film, and it's a unique take on I guess you would call it a supernatural ghost type film, about this guy who's being haunted by his ex-girlfriend, but only when he's having sex with his new girlfriend. And it has a lot of depth to it that I wish I had revisited it, but I didn't. I gave it a 7.5 originally. I'll stick with that for now. Check it out.
I'll talk more about that movie later.
Uh-oh. It's making a bottom list, or most disappointed.
I didn't get the same result as you did.
I can't wait to dig into Dave's bottom.
You're not coming near my bottom.
I'm going to come in it.
Oh!
Ba-da-boom.
Waka waka. All right, okay. So that's our categories. That's what we got. But before we move on, one last thing, real quick. We're going to talk about the box office report for this year. I pulled up the top 100 worldwide box office movies to see where the horror movies ranked. Altogether, we have 8 movies finished on the top 100. I'll start from the bottom. The Boy brought in $68 million. Ouija brought in $79 million. 10 Cloverfield Lane brought in $108 million. The Purge election year, $117 million. The Shallows, $118 million. Lights Out, $141 million. Don't Breathe, $152 million. Now this is what's crazy here. The top movie, number 1, Don't Breathe is number 2. The number 1 movie was The Conjuring 2. It was number 21 of all movies this year. And the number 10 all-time horror movie for box office. Huge. Huge. Nice. And it brought in $311 million. So
wow.
It doubled
for such a
the number 2
movie.
Uh-oh. But that's what we got. So that's all we have. I just wanted to get into the top box office. And that's it.
A good year at the box office, though. That's a lot of money for the horror genre.
Yeah, man.
It was a good. Did anybody here go to the theater and leave disappointed after any movie?
Yes.
You with the boy.
The Boy and Don't Breathe and Lights Out.
Oh! 3 times. Well, see, Christian, what about you?
Just don't breathe, because the other ones I saw after.
So rewatches did not help. Don't breathe. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens later. I was hoping that these guys listen.
I didn't rewatch it.
What's that?
I didn't get a chance to rewatch Don't Breathe.
Unbelievable. Oh,
I will though.
We're not.
Unbelievable.
Hey!
Unbelievable. So we're not going to have... I thought it would be one of the hooks for the show for the regular listeners that maybe Brandon and Christian came around, they saw it again, they see that Dave knows what he's talking about.
Maybe Christian did. I didn't.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll wait on that. Oh, well. Dare I say, every time I went to the theater this year to see a film, I never once walked away disappointed. And to me, that's saying something, especially when they're all horror movies, because you know the reputation they have. For box office.
Were you sitting next to BC with his popcorn? Is that why you didn't walk away disappointed?
I saw that.
You said the boldness thing and it butters it again.
Too bad I wasn't there with Felissa Rose like he was.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? So, okay, guys, it's time. It's time. We're going right into, let's officially christen this, the top 16 of 2016. Let's get on with it. 16 movies, top 16, and I'll tell you, this was hard to narrow down, even to 16. Just a great year, straight up. I'll say it now. I think it's the best year in a very long time. Yeah, I remember last year I said that 14 was the best year, but now looking back, I think that 14 was the beginning of actual greatness. 15 was even better, and 16 was even better than that. That's how I feel about this right now.
Agreed.
Yeah, you're with that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Nice. And if anybody wants to dispute it, just keep listening to what we're saying here, and hopefully you get some recommendations. Because a lot of times when I say something on social media, they're like, oh, really? What's so great about this year? And then I'll give them a list of like 20, 30 movies. And I don't say too much because of the show. I want them to listen to the show, and I don't want everybody out there to see my ratings. But there is a lot of good horror coming from all over the place. If you're not happy with this year, I don't know what to tell you. Then just keep watching VHS from the 80s. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you're never going to be happy otherwise.
Right. Enough of that. Let's get into this top 16. The first we're going to do our bonus 6, and we're going to kind of do the 6 one at a time. I'm going to do 6. We're each going to do our 6, and then when we get to the top 10, to the real meat of it, then we'll go round robin on each one, like usual. But tell you what, I'm not going last this year. I went last on the 15 show, and let's face it, anyone that's been listening to this show all year probably knows where I'm going when we get to the number 1 spot. So there's no drama there.
So you're going second.
So, you want me to go second?
No, you do whatever you want.
I'll go first.
You pick the
I'll
order.
Go first.
Okay, I'll go first. And then
All
you guys fight it out. I think maybe Christian should go last because we have no idea where he's going.
Yeah, I like that idea. I have no idea where Christian. Yeah, that's fine.
Like from where I said, yeah, Brandon, I think there's 3 movies that I think he could pick. It's going to be one of those 3 I'm going to be right on. But Christian, I don't know. So yeah, you could be all the drama. So all the headites are hanging on your last.
Christian might go with Dawn of the Dead. He might somehow come up with a movie that just got released this year.
Yeah, as Zombie Apocalypse.
as some generic shit title. As it got released in 2016 under the title "Been Bitten."
I love that title.
It works too.
It works because I remembered it.
Been bitten. Oh man. Okay. Let's get in here. I gotta pull up my list. Let me go back here a second. Now, to the 16 to 11. Let me go. Now, I did something a little different with mine. When we decided we were doing 16, I took the opportunity to take some of the movies in order, as they should be, as 1 through 16, this is where they're going to place. But some other ones are going to have higher ratings, but I put them on this kind of as an also ran list because I don't want to have any movies on my top 10 that other people are considering not horror, even though they're borderline and there's discussion. So I actually put a few of those on this list where some people may not consider them horror. So my list is probably going to be a little bit different than everybody else's. Let me get right into this here. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Number 16, and I'll tell you what, even when I look at this right now, my 17 and my 18 could really be here. And it kind of pains me not to have these two on this list to feature them. But that's how tight it was. Really, that just speaks volumes about this year. I have 18 movies and I'm feeling guilty about leaving 2 of them off the top 16 because that's how good a year it was. And some of the movies on my 6 now are going to be ranked higher than some on my top 10 because of the method I took. So
if you like Yoga Hosers that much, pop it in there.
I didn't watch Yoga Hosers, sorry. I figured you'd like it. You're Canadian. Or maybe that's why you don't like it. They're making fun of Canadians.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Hey, you hoser.
Make fun of everybody, but it was annoying.
Sorry, boo.
It wasn't even a horror movie, to be honest.
Yeah. Did they call each other, what, Yahtzees?
Bratzies.
What's that?
That's from Yoga Hosers.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
Did
they say hosers?
They're Nazi bratwursts.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Nazi brat. I might have to see this movie now. You're talking. There's sausages walking around in this movie.
That's what they're fighting. Nazi bratwursts called Bratzies.
Oh, I want to see it now. Okay.
I thought it was fun.
I want to see it. If you got sausages walking around, count me in. I'm down for real. That's funny. Okay. Anyway. Did they say hosers in this movie, Christian? Do they say, "Oh, you're a hoser"?
Isn't strange?
I don't actually think they use the term other than in the title.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They play the old Canada theme, like someone's ringtone is "Oh Canada." Every time a ringtone goes on, it's "Oh Canada." They just do a lot of annoying things. I don't like the way they talk, and it's through the whole movie. Is there some funny bits? Yes. It's not a totally laughless comedy. But why are we talking about this now? This is your top 16. What the hell? Trust me, it may come up later.
Okay, all right, let's go. Number 16, and this is where it should be, although I thought I was going lower, but anyway.
He refuses to say the movie.
I do, I refuse, because I'm still deciding.
It's been dragged out for like 10 minutes.
The pressure's out. Okay, let me get it. Okay, number 16 is Cesaro Diabolical. I give that an 8.5. Number 15 is Hush. Also 8.5. It did not change from when we reviewed it. I've seen this movie 3 times this year now. Number 14. This is the movie that actually went up since we reviewed it, and I really appreciate it on a different level now. It took a third watch to get it, but that movie is Southbound, and that is an 8.5. Now the next 3 are movies that I left off the list because they're on the bubble of horror and not horror. So everyone that's listening, you can't say shit to me about Dave Z's list isn't even horror, like you're gonna say about other lists that you hear from different places. Because I've already been seeing
not horror.
Right? Yeah. See, now that is horror.
Now that's not horror. Beautiful.
Thank you.
They better not say that I'm on my list. That's all I can say. But number 16, 15, 14. Okay, number 13, Lucky 13. This movie actually went down half a notch, but I still love it. And that's Green Room. I give Green Room an 8.5. Number 12. I give this movie a 9 out of 10, and I'm leaving it off the list, and that movie is The Good Neighbor. I still don't know if you guys saw this or not, but we're going to get to it. I really enjoyed this movie. I think that horror fans will all enjoy this movie. There's horror elements. Half of this movie is found footage. It's about hauntings in a way. They're being put on, but bottom line is it's a freaking damn good movie. I really enjoyed it. The Good Neighbor, 9 out of 10. And we talked about this for a minute before. My number 11 Also a 9 out of 10. Kill Your Friends. I loved this movie. I think the writing is so good. I'm engaged beginning to end. Earlier on, Brandon said something about American Psycho, and I agree. It is like a companion piece to American Psycho and a little bit of Fight Club in a way. And it's a fantastic movie. The comedy is perfect. The dialogue is nonstop. Freaking, it's the kind of movie I can watch again and again. I think I can watch this movie every year. I'm very high in this movie. If I was to rank this movie normally, it would have probably been in my top 5. That's how high I am on this movie. So there you go. Cesaro Diabolico, Hush, Southbound, Green Room, The Good Neighbor, Kill Your Friends.
Nice.
What do you think? All right.
I think we're gonna see some overlap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Again, based on how we decided how we were going to do this list, there's going to be a bit of overlap. And some of the exact same comments. For that one, too. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go next. And funny enough, my number 16 is Scherzo Diabolico.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just like last year, Brandon. Wow.
8 out of 10. Great film. Brutal. Few things stood out that kind of bugged me about it, but it's a brutal, kind of a tough film to watch, but definitely worth checking out. Number 15, I actually dropped this a half a point. I don't even know why I dropped it a half a point. I probably shouldn't have, because I kind of just was like listening to it and not really watching it, when this movie in particular was all about the special effects for me, and that's The Mind's Eye.
Nice.
I thought that was a phenomenal movie. Anything Lauren Ashley Carter's in is great. She's been in so many good things this year and the last couple of years, and this was no exception. For number 14, I Am Not a Serial Killer.
Nice.
I thought Christopher Lloyd was phenomenal. I thought this kid, Max Records, I didn't realize he was the kid from Where the Wild Things Are, the movie version, but he hasn't been doing anything the last 5 or 6 years, and then all of a sudden he shows up in this, and he was phenomenal. And these are based on a series of novels, this movie. So, that might come up again later, but I loved it. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Number 13, I rewatched and thoroughly enjoyed The House on Pine Street. I came in at a 7.5 on that. I bumped it up to an 8, and it could even go higher. But I'm at an 8 right now. It's just a very unique take on a haunted house, because the haunted house is almost secondary to the story they present you with. So it's really worth checking out. And I felt like that one kind of got lost in the shuffle this year. Number 12, I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House. Oz Perkins, phenomenal film. Ruth Wilson is great. The whole cast was great. I loved it. Very poetic. Again, another unique take on a haunted house film. I think the haunted house films were kind of a standout this year. I gave that one an 8.5. And then at number 11, I came in with Green Room, which I also gave 8.5. Highly enjoyed it. Great cast, great acting, great gore, good amount of comedy mixed in there. A fun movie. A movie worth owning. Most of these, all these movies I say are worth owning, but that's one that has a lot of rewatchability to it.
Cool. That's great.
Yeah. I have to watch House on Pine Street again, I think.
Yeah, I made it a point to go back and revisit that, especially after our show on that one.
I really do. I feel bad that I didn't before the show. Maybe it could have ended up being higher. And The Mind's Eye, I'll tell you, maybe the best gore of the year in that film.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. I really enjoyed that movie. The third act, it gets out of control. It's good throughout.
Good out of control or bad out of control?
I think.
Good out of control.
Okay.
They basically, the tagline on, I believe, the box art for the DVD or Blu-ray is the Scanners sequel we were promised but never got. And it's perfect, because it's so much like that. This is so much more about the action rather than the dialogue. The dialogue's fine, some people will complain that the story is a little weak, but I could see this film. I could see it spawning a sequel.
This was the other one. One of the other ones. I told you there's a few. 20 minutes. Fell asleep, not because of the movie. It's the timing of the movie that I watched it at, and I couldn't give it an official rating, and I didn't get a chance to go back to finish it. So I'm really excited to check this out again. Or check it out.
You have to.
I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, you will. It's a great soundtrack too. It feels, it's a simple story, like something you would have seen in the 80s. It doesn't. Everything this year was there were so many movies that this year that were like that were art house or they were very stylized. This is not. However, from a technical standpoint, they were doing good things with the lighting and with that soundtrack, and it got gory, but it was a pretty simple story. And I think maybe people didn't like that because
they set it in the, I think it was like 1992 was set in.
Yeah, it was 92. Yeah, 91 and 92. Yeah.
It was set early. So.
And Lauren Ashley Carter, love her.
Yeah,
between this role and Darling, two completely different roles, and how she pulled them off.
Yeah, she's a staple of the horror sci-fi community now.
She is a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart too, and she's a cool chick. And
nice.
Yeah, there's something I wanted to ask you about. Cesaro Diabolical. I always pronounce it wrong, I think, but. Did you get the reference at the end, the very last shot? Did you notice something? You always notice shit like this. So I did not notice until I was looking on the B and the message boards, as I often do after I enjoy a movie. Did you get the reference at the very end as to what ultimately happened to one of the characters in that movie, or no?
Does it have to do with a piece of like garment?
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Okay. I totally got it, and it made it. Right. So much more brutal.
I didn't notice that the first time, and then I watched, and then I read the message boards, and then I was like, oh wow. And then I watched.
Yeah. I got that.
Real quick, what were your six again?
Real quick, my six were Scherzo Diabolico, The Mind's Eye, I Am Not a Serial Killer, The House on Pine Street, I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, and The Green Room.
Okay, I'll tell you what, The Green Room, every kill was freaking gory, was great.
Green Room was terrific. I really loved it. If we were doing a top 10, if we didn't play Liberty with the 16, it would have been tough to leave this one off. It would have been real tough.
Oh yeah, but, mine was on there. Mine was on there for sure. It was on there.
And I love. Anton Yelton, obviously one of his last performances, terrific, and I love anything Alia Shawkat does. She's great. She's great.
Yeah. I Am Not a Serial Killer is great in the third act when you find everything out. And it didn't make my list, but it's in my top 25. It's there.
So unique.
8 out of 10.
So unique. Such different spins on stories we've seen before, and that's why I think this year is so great, because we're talking about haunted houses. We're talking about serial killers versus serial killers, and it's stuff we've seen before, but with twists.
Yeah, dude, I love when he sees that kid at that party and he tells him he's a sociopath. He's like, why are you smiling at me? That whole line. Yeah, I won't even spoil it for anybody. But
yeah, see the movie. Great movie.
Yeah, see the movie. Okay, all right, Christian. I know.
Can't wait for this. I'm excited for this.
Me too. I think I'm the most excited for all your picks tonight, Christian.
It's funny because it's funny because there are some similarities as well. And at 16th spot, I got to tell you, you mentioned Darlene earlier. I feel bad cheating because you didn't say your other two, but I'm saying my other two. I kicked Darlene off the list.
Wow.
And I gave the 16th spot to 31.
Nice.
Holy shit.
31 is my 16th spot. I talked about it recently. I don't know the hate for this. I feel like people were expecting the second coming or something like that. I still think for what it is, it delivered exactly what it needed to deliver, and it was fun, and I really enjoyed it, and I stuck with my 8 out of 10, and that's my number 16. My number 15 is Crush the Skull. Crush the Skull! Which we kind of, if I don't edit it out, we kind of alluded that it was going to make my list earlier by me not talking about it. I loved it. Again, you're talking about horror comedy. This is one of the ones that I think I just love the characters, great acting, quirky. Yes, the setting, you're kind of limited in the house, but I still think they do a great job with it. Just a great job with that set, and it delivers.
I agree.
Number 14 is Scare Campaign.
Nice.
Another one we were talking about earlier. Really enjoyed this film. You guys recommended it. Or it came up in conversation. I watched it. I loved it immediately. Like it was great. 8 out of 10 as well. The number 13th spot. Thank you, Mr. Dave Z. Pet.
Nice.
I give
All right.
the 13th spot. I love that movie. That movie, I could see people hating, but the great thing about it is if you see the preview, it sets it up like not one of these movies. Because my wife saw the preview and said, why do they keep making these movies? These are stories that don't have to be told. And it was right after you recommended it, Dave. So I'm like, well, I'm going to be watching it. She's like, well, count me out. I watched it, and she goes like, so how was it? And I told her, she said she had no interest in watching it. I said, I love what they did with this movie. I love it. Not flawless, but I loved it. And that was 8.5.
All right. Nice.
And then number 12 was Green Room. And I just shaved a half point off upon rewatching. It's a great movie, great soundtrack, great acting. I'm not even sure why I pulled trimmed a 0.5 off of it, to be honest. 8.5 is still fantastic, but I think I had it 9 when we first saw it. It's a great movie, as you both have said. And then my number 11 spot, once again, thank you guys, Brandon, Kill Your Friends. This movie rules. This movie rules again. I put it at my 11th spot, because of the fact that it could be argued that it's not a horror film. So I rated it a 9, and it is a phenomenal movie. It doesn't just have... There are scenes that feel like they're lifted from American Psycho, but yet you don't feel like they're ripped off. Like, the police officer comes in, it's an awkward exchange, it happens twice. That's exactly right out of American Psycho. And when shit hits the fan at the end, holy shit does it hit the fan. Phenomenal movie.
Wow.
Awesome. I gotta say right off the bat that between the two of you with your 16 through 11s, I think the lowest rating out of any of those movies was a 7 for me, and that was 31, and stuff like Darling was like a 7.5, and everything was higher. It was like it was like the next 15 movies. If I did another top 16, those would have been the films that I would have talked about. But the thing with Pet. And I think I gave I gave it that 7 to 7.5. Sometimes I do that 2-number grade. Was I thought the twist was revealed a little early.
I think that's what's great about the film.
No,
I have a different.
The way I look, and I'm sorry, we're all talking over each other because we're all excited.
No,
but it was the reason was I was like, oh shit! Now if it turned into that, if it just turns into a Captivity or one of those piece of shit movies, then I'm out. And then that's exactly when the twist came in. I'm like, what the fuck? And then it went from there. So I know where you're going. Yeah, okay.
I was going to say I'd rather it play out like a Captivity movie and then the twist and flashbacks play out at the end almost like a Saw movie. And I would have been like, what the fuck? Crush the skull!
Crush the skull!
Crush the skull!
But yeah, I thank you, Dave, for recommending that one too, because I really enjoyed that. And Dominic Monaghan, he's terrific in it, and I don't know who that girl is, but she's hot as hell.
Oh yeah, she's lots of hot women this
year.
Yeah. Very much. If we were that type of show, we could rank 10 of them or 16 of them. Because seriously, there were very beautiful, attractive women on film this year, and that one might be the top. She was so hot. Yeah. It's weird what you said about nothing being below a 7 for you. First of all, let me say one thing. Christian's number 16, it was the same as my number 16. Pardon me, Brandon's number 16 was the same as my number 16. And Christian's number 11 was the same as my number 11. That was kind of interesting. As far as the ratings, here's the funny thing. The first 2 movies Christian had, his 16 and his 15, I rate them both 6 out of 10. So that's completely different opinion.
What was
I've already expressed.
Crush the Skull.
Crush the Skull.
The 31 Crush the Skull. Yeah.
Okay. We've been through it. I've said my problems with both of those films. But either way,
6 is not a terrible score. 6 is still a recommend.
No, 6 is fine. The thing is, I was expecting 31 to probably be an 8 when it dropped, and I was expecting Crush the Skull to be at least a 7 based upon the recommendations. But I feel like I'm the odd man out because you guys definitely both like Crush the Skull a lot. Jason Lloyd did, who originally did it. You know what was weird? When I watched that movie, my brother and my friend were with me. And the entire time, my brother, he did not like the movie at all, and he was picking it apart as we were going, saying, "Oh, come on, how could that happen? There's no way. How come that guy's suddenly an expert at the computer? He couldn't even tie his shoes." Then he goes, "How did they get in so easily?" Then at the end, this door opened for no reason when half the movie was trying to do all the stuff. All of a sudden, at the end, towards the end of the movie, they just opened the door for no reason when before it was a big problem to open that same door. And he kept pointing out the flaws as it was going, and I was on the defense. Then after the movie ended, the more I thought about it, you know what? He was right. That didn't make sense. So because of that, that was it. Maybe if I watch it by myself another time.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it with that sort of, I'm going to analyze this to death. Even though I like to do that. This was just one movie I didn't do that with.
My brother doesn't do that much, but when he does it. Yeah. That's all.
Was that an anal joke? The Crush the Skull, you would expect a totally different movie. Crush the ass. Crush that ass. Crush the Skull. You expect a totally different movie from that title. And so I thought it was going to go in for, like, I don't know, Headless 2. and it was not that.
Right.
You know, I'm even more excited for Christian's top 10 now because I thought for sure the way he was blowing 31 that it was going to be in the top 10.
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't. And Crush the Skull, Jason told me it was horror comedy. So I thought it was going to be some freaking off. That's why I watched it with my brother and my friend, because we like to laugh at freaking, ridiculous horror movies. So I thought it was going to be horror comedy where people, maybe zombies or something, where people were going to get their skulls crushed and all this. I was expecting a whole different movie. And then when we got that movie, I was like, huh.
Yeah, misleading title.
Yeah, misleading title, and then being told that it was comedy.
It had lighthearted comedic moments, but you should have been watching Fear Inc. with your brother. You guys probably would have been laughing. You would have been laughing your ass off at that because that was very comical.
I love how the guy can't tell a joke to save his life. And I love those quirkinesses and the character traits were phenomenal. They played it really well, and it was just a fun time. It was just a fun movie. Yeah, okay, well, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Number 10. Number 10. Right.
It's official.
This is official. Top 10. This is a film that the first time I saw it, I enjoyed it. And it just kind of seemed like more of the same. But it wasn't a bad thing. I was like, okay, this movie's good. But I was expecting a little more, this and that. Now, upon rewatch, I rewatched it for the first time a week or two ago. And this time I really got into it more and probably like it as much, maybe more than its original. And there's your answer. This is the sequel. This is The Conjuring 2.
Nice.
I did enjoy it, and I know that I think Christian came in even lower when we originally discussed it, and he said he didn't like it very much.
Came in with a 6, right?
A 6.
I think mine was actually. Yeah, I have 6. Yep, a 6.
Yeah. Hey, look at me. I remember.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what.
The rescue.
Chuckles to the rescue, and Fuckles on the board.
Fuckles guy.
Conjuring 2, first and foremost, has a great opening, and I never had a problem with that. Yeah. Everything at the Amityville house, it was great. It was creepy. It was effective. Of course, Juan always, not always, but maybe always, he films a good film. He technically, he's very good at his craft. And this is no exception. And I remember that first scene when you see the window, and then all of a sudden they go into the one window, they pull back, and you're in those famous windows of Amityville, and on the top with those highs. And the whole thing about that, and I'm an Amityville freak. I love the first 2 movies. I'm into the whole thing. So seeing that, I was so glad they didn't neglect it, because when they left part 1, they were supposed to go to it. Then I remember hearing about part 2 being called the Enfield Poltergeist. the subtitle for a while. I was like, that just sounds stupid. Enfield Poultry.
Yeah.
So I was kind of turned off. Then I saw it was overseas, and I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be the right move. And like I said, when I saw it, it took me to second view. And I was home alone, I'm watching it, and this time it really took me in. Everything, like I said, Amityville stuff was great. I'm glad they included it, and it ended up working out for the film. I remember the first time I saw it, and I'll still say it here. When she's in the basement and they turn at her, there's this one scene when she sees the ghost and they move their heads like real quick like that. That's lifted right out of Insidious 1. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way the first time I got it. I'm like, come on, this isn't Insidious. But whatever. It was a nitpick. Bottom line is, I'm really into the music that they're playing.
Great soundtrack. Great soundtrack.
Yes. They use it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's all spot on. The time period of London and that time, it's wonderful.
Yep.
I love what they do. The fire truck scene actually made me jump when I watched it this time. When you hear the yell when he in the tent, I was like, oh wow, oh shit, that got me there. There was some good shots when they went night to day. There was cinematography was good.
You never go night to day. Day to night.
Day to night.
Maybe I should open that one.
Yeah.
Right? There you go. They had some nods to The Exorcist in there and to some other movies, and they didn't overplay it like they did in Conjuring 1, where everything you knew what they were taking from. This movie only did it a little bit. They just did little nods and things like that, and I was cool with that. The painting scene with the nun, I thought was very effective. I loved it the first time, and I loved it even more this time. Excellent stuff. There's great lighting. The whole thing with the dog turning into the crooked man and everything, that was actually fun. Anytime you put a dog in a funny situation like that, to me it's funny. With the transformation when they see the dog and all of a sudden he becomes the crooked man, that's freaking badass.
I thought the way they presented that was awesome. I love the look of the crooked man.
Me too.
Almost looked like out of Beetlejuice or something.
Yeah, good call.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Creepy.
The girl that played Janet, the girl, great performance by a child.
Terrific. Yep.
Yeah, definitely terrific.
Yeah.
The thing with the nun was really cool. Mark Nato said something on the Horror Cats, and he was 100% right on. That nun looks just like Marilyn Manson.
It does. It does.
Yeah. I could not get that out of my head. It didn't take me out of it, but I wanted to bring that up, because I kept thinking of Marilyn Manson when I saw that.
The beautiful people. The beautiful people. Sorry,
You're just about to lead in to do it. You fucking stole my thunder.
Would it have been awesome if the nun started dancing and singing that? Getting up in Patrick Wilson's face doing that?
Oh.
Did you feel like, look, I really love this film. Didn't you feel like for a 2-hour and 10-minute film that this just flew by, like you were just engaged the whole time?
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
Oh, you're talking to Fuckles. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Listen, the running time did not bother me. It did not bother me. Maybe in the theater it may have, because it's different with a theater experience, but when you're at home watching it, you can pause, you got to take a piss, you get up, you're eating, run back and forth, you pause it, and it didn't bother me in that respect. So maybe watching it at home with a movie that long, it's, maybe that's why I had a better experience this time. But, I really, this movie, it's based on true events, but if you look at it as a work of fiction, it just works much better. And that's just the way I view it. That's just the way I feel. It has great sound design on top of it. Just there's that one scene when she's pulled from the ceiling to the floor, when she's on the ceiling, and then she gets pulled up and she's actually on the floor somewhere.
Yes.
Right? That was cool. I've never seen that before. That was freaking real cool, Now, the only thing I can complain about is both times this happened to me. I didn't realize that there was 2 boys in the family until halfway through. All of a sudden, there's like a second boy there. Because I think they look too much alike, and the one didn't barely speak in the first half. The one kid was all about, biscuit. I don't know. What is he, a dog or something? I don't know.
Is that going to be the new clickety-clackety?
Biscuit. Oh, God. Wasn't it, though? Biscuit. He kept talking about biscuits. I'm like, what is that?
I be not the biscuit of Enfield.
Oh shit. Biscuit. Watch this movie, Christian. You'll see it's ridiculous. Biscuit. But he's all cracked out on biscuits. The thing about the second boy, it happened twice. I was like, where did this kid come from? I'm like, well, I guess there's too many characters in the movie, and there
were a lot of characters, but I liked, like the other spiritualist guy.
Yes.
They had. I liked his character. I like how they played out with his character and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of good characters. There were a lot of characters, but there were a lot of good characters.
Yeah, I was fine with them, especially on this view. But here's one thing. Again, same thing happened with the first Conjuring with me. I get pulled out a little bit in the third act in the climax. I don't know why. The first time I know why, because I didn't want it to go into Exorcist territory, and it did. And I was like, this doesn't really seem to fit right here. I liked everything else they were doing, haunted house. As soon as it became possession Exorcist shit, I was like, It pulled me out a little bit. This time, it seemed it was a little bit too convenient how the parents figured everything out. In that one scene with the two reels that fall to the floor, and then all of a sudden she's visited by the one thing and talking about you have to learn his name, and I learned his name when I wrote it in this book when I blacked out. Like, why would he tell him the name? That I could, again, it's my number 10 movie, but it could have been higher if they just did a few things different in the third act. That it was, some things were a little bit too convenient, and I wasn't into the climax as much as I should have been for some reason. And that happened with the first one. But bottom line, it's still an 8.5 out of 10. It's my number 10 movie, so.
Nice.
So there you go. Conjuring 2.
You want to talk about it a little more?
Full review.
Stephen Carpenter.
2-hour review.
Yeah. I haven't said anything.
At this rate, we'll be done. We'll get our number ones done by Wednesday.
We'll get our number ones done by 2017.
Having the revelation was exciting for me because I didn't think that was going to happen.
That was good. All right, I'll tighten it up a little. My number 10 is from a first-time feature-length director, and it's a film I recommended immediately after seeing, and I don't think a lot of people saw it, and those I know who did were kind of mixed on it, but I personally loved it, and they look like people.
Wow.
I rewatched it, and I gotta say, I love the two main characters. You know, two friends reconnecting. One's down on his luck. He sort of has this idea that there's evil creatures out there, and an apocalypse is coming. And his friend sort of takes him in because he's sort of like homeless, and his friend takes him in, and they sort of reconnect. And you're not really quite sure what's going on. And ultimately, you know, I don't want to say much about the story because if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. But the way it plays out, I think, is a very touching and very riveting take on a certain subject. And I just love the acting in it. I totally bought the friendship between the two lead actors. I thought the girlfriend love interest in the film was terrific. Quite a good film. Highly recommend it. They look like people. Number 10. I gave that an 8.5 out of 10.
I gotta go back and watch it. I have to watch it again.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk what it's about. I mean, people will get what it's about. You know, once they start watching it. You know, even in the first 5 to 10 minutes, you'll have an idea of what it's really about. But some of the shots are just terrifying. There's a scene in particular where one of the lead actors it's a flashback of him laying in bed with his girlfriend, and he's staring her in her face, but it's so dark that you can't see anything, but it creates such a uneasy feeling. Oh, it's terrific. Yeah. A lot of suspense.
Christian, did you see this, Christian, or not?
Yeah, no, I liked it. I gave it a 7 out of 10. One watch, though. I've only watched it once. I really enjoyed it. It was a small movie, well acted, well directed, freaky in certain scenes. Like I agree. I just rated it a little bit lower than Brandon, but yeah, definitely check it out.
Yeah, I was at an 8 originally, and then I rewatched it and I bumped it up to 8.5, and I'm like, this has to make the top 10. I was
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. You know, I saw it one time, and I think we discussed it, and I think I also gave it a 7 out of 10. My beef was with the ending. It could have been one of two things, and I remember that the way they did go, and you're not even 100% sure. But the way I think it ended was what I didn't like.
We actually talked about this because I was the complete opposite with you on that. I loved the way it decided to go.
You know what? I gotta watch it again, and then we have to discuss it probably off the air because it'll be spoiler. And see if we got the same interpretation.
Yeah. I think we did, and I liked it, and you weren't as strong on it.
All right, well, I'm gonna watch it again. All right, C, what you got, man?
All right, my number 10 is Southbound. I think it was a standout anthology film. I really enjoyed watching it again, and again, it's slowly approaching the ranks of Trick or Treat and Creepshow, but it's not there quite yet. But it's getting there. I'd say it's in my top 3 or 4. I'd say it's Tales from the Hood, Southbound, Trick or Treat and Creepshow. Those are my top 4 anthologies.
Wow.
I'm not going to disagree with you. Yeah. I can't disagree with anything you're saying. More to come.
Yeah, and that's
nice.
To be honest, you know what? More to come. So why don't I leave it there because I think we're going to talk about it a bit more.
No, I don't. I remember what I rated it the first time, but what did you do? You remember what you rated it and what you rated it now?
You know, I have it at 8.5 now.
Okay.
I think it was at 8 the first time.
Yeah.
I just boosted it up like a half notch.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. Exact same thing that happened to me. I was at 8, and then when I watched it recently, it was 8.5. So, and of course that was in my top 16. So whatever. But yeah, cool. Wow, nice. Southbound. All right. Okay. My number 9 is something that we've already discussed, and it's a new one that we've all seen, and that is Pet. I really enjoyed Pet.
Nice.
What Brandon said is what turned me on to it, because usually that's when you see something happen, and this is just the first reveal you get. When you see it happen, that's usually something that is saved for the end of a movie. And they didn't do it at the end of a movie. Yeah. They did it after the first act. And I was like, shit, where are they going to go with this now? And then you get into it, and then once again, something else happens before the third act where things are flipped. Bottom line is it just kept me guessing. Yeah. It just kept me guessing. And the performances, it's really, for the most part, a two-person film. And the performances by both of these actors is tremendous. This guy is so believable as this weirdo type of guy. You could totally see this happening, and we've seen it several times in different movies. But this is something we've seen with a cool twist and a different spin on it. And what happens with the girl? There's no way I saw any of that coming. And as it went on, you just learn more and more. And every time something happened, I was just like, fuck, they got me again. Wow. So, it's just... Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. I mean, I spoke to how I wish it had played out, but I still gave it a 7.5.
I love everything. I give it an 8.5.
Nice.
At first, there was something about the end that I wasn't quite sure about. A few things of plausibility, but I was actually able to talk myself out of it, saying, you know what, no, this could happen. This could happen. I could see this going down that way. So, and really, then the final thing you see from these characters in the end is so cool. You can see how they play two different type of characters. They play one role and they play another role, and because they're such good actors, they are able to pull it off. I'm like, wow, man. That's cool, and really the dialogue between them is just fantastic. It's like a chess match, and it goes in places you don't expect it to go. It's unlike any other movie I've seen. It's so original. I think that's why it impressed me so much, is I hadn't seen it and anything like that before, and the surprises that we get. So there you go, Pet, 8 out of 5.
8 out of 5?
8.5.
8.5. Holy shit! 8.5 out of 10.
Dave wins. Wow. That's a new slogan. Exploding Heads, an 8 out of 5 podcast.
Oh shit!
What tier does that make us?
we're still a tier 8 show, but a tier 8 out of 5.
8 out of 5.
All right, okay. So number 9. Okay. Number 9 for me, I actually rewatched it, and it was a film I really enjoyed the first time. I just didn't know if I was going to rewatch it because it's so freaking long. But number 9 is The Wailing.
I knew that's where you were going when you said
Yeah,
so freaking long.
I gotta say, this film's it's a Korean film, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Korean film. Yeah, it takes place in Korea, and it's about, a Japanese guy who shows up, and basically all of a sudden people start getting sick and dying, and all these crazy things are happening. And the story basically revolves around this police officer, and his daughter actually becomes like infected, and he does everything he can to try and save her. And it's a really unique ghost story. It touches on a lot of things of faith and religion, and it's quite eerie and quite gross at times. And I thought the performance of the little girl in this was terrific. Speaking of kids' performances, man, she really committed to this role. And The Wailing was terrific. I highly recommend checking this one out. It is long. It does run about 2.5 hours, but it's a quick 2.5. if there's such a thing.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I'm definitely going to check it out.
Yeah, I definitely recommend it. It's different. I think the only reason why I'm not 100% higher on this film is because it still is very open to multiple interpretations, which I love normally, but this is one I'd like to have a little bit more of a firm grasp on, and I think maybe some of it has to do with not understanding the culture, all of it, because it's somewhat of a ghost story, but not in a traditional sense. And so I was a little confused. I did a lot of reading, a lot of thinking, a lot of soul searching on this one, but ultimately, my interpretation of it was solid enough for me to give it an 8.5 and the number 9 spot for 2016.
I tell you, this movie, it's making a lot of lists. A lot of people are very high on it, and typically this is a movie that I think I'm into. It's an Asian movie. There's ghost stuff involved. It's long. I don't have a problem with long movies. There's a lot of things that I get into. There's some guessing, but for whatever reason, I missed the boat. I still give it a 7 out of 10. I enjoyed it, and I'm in the minority. A lot of people are loving this movie, just like yourself. I guess I'm going to have to watch it again. And like you said, you almost didn't. I didn't, probably because of the running time. And I meant to.
This film, to me, definitely requires multiple viewings. Anytime, especially with Asian cinema, I find that, there's a lot of cultural stuff that I don't necessarily understand. So reading about it and then going back and rewatching it again always helps. And, I mean, obviously, the second view, Dave, you should...
I know.
But I understand why you didn't. Look, it's a long movie, and we were watching a ton of films, so...
Let me just ask you one question about it, and then we'll go on to Christian.
Sure.
Do you think they could have cut 20 minutes out of this film? Because that's the vibe I got at the end of the film, that a lot of stuff didn't need to be stretched out as long as it did. I remember there was a ceremony, and there was something else. And
I love the ceremony scene. It was so intense.
I was 1.5 it when I was watching it.
You see,
okay.
I wasn't 1.5ing it, and there was nothing that I felt dragged. But obviously, being a 2.5-hour film, if you cut a little bit here, a little bit there, it could have been down to probably 2:10, and I could have seen it being a little tighter, but I couldn't tell you exactly where. I didn't feel it dragged in any place, but it definitely could have. I could see it being shorter, but Asian films, they always tend to be longer. They really do. You don't see many 80-minute Asian horror films.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. Another one I have to rewatch on your list. All right. Cool. All right, homie. What you got?
All right. Number 9 is Fear Inc. I really enjoyed this too.
Nice.
So I watched this after Scare Campaign, and then Dave, you had them mixed up, or you didn't know. You know what? Both movies are worth checking out. Both of them have twists and turns. Fear Inc. plays a little bit more comedic, but I'm there for the ride. I I laughed out loud, and I thought it was great. I was giddy. This is kind of how I felt with the Final Girls last year, but this actually has a little bit more gore to it. Whatever, the girls, the girls are hot. The dude that was in Freddy vs. Jason, he's back. He's growing up a bit. He's his friend.
Chris Marquette.
Yeah, he's great in it.
Oh,
I love the way it plays out. A little bit of Sunshine as a cameo at the beginning. The main actor is funny. He wears a Freddy sweater pretty much the whole time, and and there's some great lines in it, like they buried Lord Bill. And like I told you guys, I texted that. I thought that line was absolutely hilarious.
And the fact that he was wearing her sweater too.
Yeah,
he had the sweater on.
Really?
Yeah, he was wearing the sweater that she was wearing at the beginning of Scream.
That's brilliant. I didn't even catch on to that.
They literally barrymore Bill.
Wow. I'll tell you what I did catch on is that the guy that came in delivering the Little Pig line was dressed just like Jack Torrance was in The Shining. You know me in The Shining, so I was like, what the... I go, look at this shit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought it was great, and it ends with a bang. It's a great movie, and I gave it 8.5.
Nice.
And I was
I
pleasantly surprised by this. The poster art for this was kick-ass too, to be honest. And so I was hoping for it, but I wasn't sure. I went in with no expectations, so I loved it.
Nice. I think I gave it a 7.5, but the only thing for me was I felt like it went maybe one twist too far, but at the same time it had to because of a reference earlier in the film. A whole scene of dialogue very early on in the film, so it comes back to that at the end. And even though I don't know that particular reference, I know of it, so I knew like when it's playing out at the end, like what was actually going on.
Well, this evening, the last movies I watched before we came on today were Fear Inc. and Scare Campaign, just to make sure nothing changed. And honestly, nothing did change, and there are two other movies that are 8.5 that are that I have ranked, but are right off they didn't make top 16. They're 17 and 18, and one of those movies is Fear Inc. at 8.5. So I'm right there with you. It's just that great of a year. So yeah, that's fantastic. Cool. Okay, now I'm going to bring one in here. It's one that you guys both mentioned and both ranked significantly lower than I did. And my number 8 movie is Darling. I fucking loved Darling. And the first time I watched it, I really enjoyed it, and I gave it an 8.5. And then I watched it again, and I felt the same. And then, last week and then for whatever reason, I wanted to watch it again 2 days later. So last week I watched it twice in the same week for no other reason except for the fact that I wanted to watch it again. It really took me inside on my second view. And it's just a good old-fashioned freaking story. It's another simple story. On the surface, it isn't simple, I guess. But basically, the way I interpreted it is that, there's sacrifice going on here, and it's pretty simple as to why these things are set up. And, it's pretty much a one-girl show. Lauren Ashley Carter is freaking fantastic in this movie.
Yes.
Yes.
I love I love watching her. I love her performance. The kill that we do get is so freaking brutal and intense. It's one of the best kills of the year. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is fucking brutal.
Yeah, she's a mad woman. She's great. And of course, just the way the movie's presented. The soundtrack is actually really good. I didn't notice that upon my first view, but it's perfect for this film, this soundtrack. It is just intertwined perfectly in this film. That it makes perfect sense. The way it's... And when I sit down and watch this movie, and the first thing it says is that this movie is going to have psychedelic images and flashing lights, I know that movie's for me. And sure enough, it was. It's a movie that's not going to be for everybody.
I wish I gave it a second watch.
Oh, yeah.
I really do. I was planning on watching it last night. I planned on this being my last rewatch, but I never got a chance to. I still rated it a 7.5, and I will... It is a film, I will own a hard copy of at some point, because it is a beautiful-looking film. The first time I watched it, I felt like I wanted a little bit more in terms of explanation as to why. I know you don't need it, but I felt like I wanted it. But at the same time, upon rewatch, I could see myself definitely coming in higher on it, but it just missed out. This would be in my top 20.
Well, I'll tell you, message boards on the B helped me out once again. That's what I do.
No, I do that. I do that too sometimes. Even if I understand it, I like to get other people's thoughts on it.
I rated it an 8. I said, it was hovering at my 16th spot, and I rated it an 8. And I loved it as well. And people come down on it saying, "Oh, it's a carbon copy of Repulsion." I remember saying someone went to film school, watched Repulsion, and decided to make a crappy copy himself. No, it's like a love note to that style of movie, and maybe that movie. With the black and white film, but he makes it his own. She makes it her own. It's a well-made film. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, it was. I feel a little bad, but I gave Rob Zombie a little nod, and I'll go into a little bit more detail as to why a bit later for that 16th spot. But Darlene was a very, very good film.
I don't usually say this, but well said, Christian.
well, thank you.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so that's number 8. So go ahead, homie.
All right. You knew it was bound to happen. He was already brought up at one point, but you knew Mike Flanagan was going to be brought up again in this show. So let's get into my number 8, Before I Wake. Now, a controversial pick. We did cover it for the show.
We did.
And it got pulled and is going to be released in 2017. So even though it's on my list for 2016, I'm not trying to be one of these, "Ooh, I saw it before you did." It's just a phenomenal film. It does have some issues. Again, a little bit with CGI, a little bit with some generic jump scares and stuff. But the story overall is terrific. The acting from Kate Bosworth, Thomas Jane, and again, another child performance, Jacob Tremblay, is phenomenal. This film was made in 2013, and the acting is terrific. The story is great. I even love some of the effects that are used in it. I know we talked about it in our review that some of it, Christian felt like it was, I guess, underdeveloped, but I kind of liked it because it was from a child's perspective. But I gotta say, when this movie played out, and one particular scene in the end that we talked about when we reviewed it played out, I got goosebumps again. And it's a touching story, and it makes sense, especially seeing it through the eyes of a child. And as a story I can relate to, I loved it. I give it a 9 out of 10. That's what I gave it originally, and I stick with my 9.
No, it's a good movie. I wanted to get a wider release. I remember really enjoying it, thinking it had some great parts to it. I remember thinking the bully part was not needed, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
But good pick, man. It's a great movie.
It was, and again, the bully part was I wish was handled a little differently or not at all. And he did have a relationship with that girl that he met at school who was really friendly with him. I wish they had done more with that because they were very cute together. But ultimately, for me, Thomas Jane's performance really stood out. I mean, all of them were great, but Thomas Jane's performance really stood out. And, we had a question where later we're going to be picking our favorite actor of the year, favorite male performance of the year. And it was close. He stood a shot for me because I thought he was terrific, but he didn't win. So shout out to TJ. TJ for Thomas Jane, not Turkey Jizz.
Okay.
This isn't Don't Breathe.
Oh man, there you go. I haven't thought to rewatch this movie, much like Pine Street, and I gave this an 8.5 when I watched it, and I watched it twice for the show when we reviewed it. And going back, I actually lowered my grade from an 8.5 to an 8 without rewatching it. And I've done that on a few movies. And I know that might sound weird, but ultimately when I look at my list, the reason these movies make my list is because these are the movies that I know I'm going to revisit and that I want to watch again the most. And there has to be a reason for that. I haven't thought to go back and watch Pine Street. I haven't thought to go back and watch Before I Wake. Did I enjoy them and the time I spent with them, and did I rate them high? Yes, but for whatever reason, I haven't gone back. But once again, it seems like all your picks, I feel like now I have to go back and watch them again.
I'll get into some more basic picks.
No, they're great picks.
Thank you.
I can't dispute them. That no one's picked a bad movie yet or anything that anyone could take umbrage with. But
I have a feeling you're gonna. I have a feeling you're gonna pick a bad movie, Dave.
Well, I might.
My number 8 might be questionable to you too, but we'll see.
Oh God.
All right, what you got, man?
Oh gosh.
Okay, well, we're just talking about Darling, and I bumped it off the list, and I gave it 31 because both of them hovered at the 8 or at 8 and whatnot. I really like how Darling was directed, and funny enough, I watched another film called Carnage Park that I absolutely loved, and that takes my number 8 spot. I love this. I know this is going. People are split, I think, on this movie. I love how it starts, and I love how that just gets totally turned around and shifts gears completely. I loved it. And Mickey Keating is the director of both Darlene and Carnage Park.
Right.
And he's going to get a special shout-out in Best Director. He didn't ultimately win, but I think he deserves definitely a shout-out. 2 movies that were top-notch. I did not see Pod. He also directed Pod. I think, Dave, you said you saw it, and you said you didn't mind it. I have not watched that.
Now I'm upset because I didn't watch Carnage Park off the fact that Dave said it was... He was sort of... I think you came in at like a 6.5 on that.
I did come in at a 6. Yeah.
Yeah, and I skipped it over that, and now I'm actually really looking forward to checking that out.
And I scored it at 8.5. And
wow,
the less you know about this going in, I think the better. So I
know nothing.
I remember hearing some buzz about this movie, and I remember the name, and it linked to that buzz. That's it. I didn't want to watch a trailer. I didn't want to watch anything else. Dave gave the talked about it way back when, but you know what? I went in. I just said I'm going in clear head. I loved it. I really loved it. I thought it was Tarantino-esque at the beginning, in a different way. There's a filter used that you like get used to the look of the film because the look of the film at the beginning is the way the film's going to look the whole movie. He uses a special filter on it, and it works for the movie. So yeah, I really enjoyed this film.
Wow. Usually I don't miss a film that pops up in someone's top 10, so I'm actually excited now to go see this. I think this one's on Netflix as well.
Is it?
Yeah, this one's definitely on Netflix, yeah.
Okay. I have to watch it again.
Yeah.
I saw it and I was underwhelmed, and I remember what you said about the beginning, it being kind of Tarantino-esque, and I do remember that. There was a charismatic guy there, and then it was basically about these 2 brothers, and one of them was a loony. And there was a lot of gunplay, and I remember thinking, how much of this is horror? But maybe I'm going to.
A lot of cum play? Is this a porno?
Cum play? Who said cum?
I thought you said a lot of cum play.
Gun. G-U-N.
Oh, gunplay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's an interesting way to tell a story, and no, it ends like something right out of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre almost. Like, I mean, there's a lot of different elements in this. Like, I can't wait to see it again.
Nice.
I'm definitely watching any movie that you guys picked on your top 10. I'm gonna rewatch it. I'm sorry, I have to because maybe I missed out on something. Second view Dave again, so we'll see.
First view Brandon.
Right. All right. Am I up?
Yeah, number 7.
Okay, number 7. This is one we recently reviewed, and I have watched it 2 more times since. So I think I've watched it 4 times this year. And despite all the criticism that I keep hearing, I can still watch this movie again and again and it not be a problem. So what can I say? People can hate on it all they want. Some people might hate on this pick. I really love the movie, and it's I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House.
Yes, nice.
Nice.
I am the pretty thing. I am the pretty
haters.
thing.
I am the pretty thing. Haters can hate.
Biscuits.
Biscuit. Yeah. I love this freaking movie. Let me tell you something. I mentioned last time when we reviewed it that something happened. I thought I heard crickets outside my window. That the sound design was amazing. It happened again. Not crickets because I knew it this time, but this time I'm watching and it was raining or drizzling outside in the movie, and I thought it was outside my window. And I paused the movie, and sure enough, it was the damn movie. there's something really special about the sound design here. And
Dave, I gotta say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
okay.
I did the exact same thing, and it was this movie because I've seen this movie probably about 4 or 5 times now because I think I watched it 3 times before we reviewed it, and I've watched it like 2 times in the last like week. But the same exact thing where I paused it because I thought it was raining outside. I couldn't think of what movie it was, and it was this one until you brought it up. That's awesome.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I really love the movie. It doesn't seem slow to me. I love the narration. It doesn't bother me at all. I wish there were more movies like that. I like learning about these characters. It's a very unusual movie, and again, like many on my list, it's not going to be for everybody. And I have developed a taste for these slow-moving art house movies where we spend quality time with very few characters. I'm really into it. These are just my kind of movies, and there's not very many of them. But when they make them, and they make them right, it really freaking knocks my socks off, man. I really dig it. And I just found out tonight that he pays homage to, Oz Perkins pays homage to both of his parents in this movie, where you can see his mother in a photograph and on the wall, and you can see his father. She's watching him. Yeah. And I didn't know this. And Chris General, he pointed this out to me from he's not on Dark Discussions, but I always talk to him on the board. He's in our group and this and that. But he pointed that out, and he said, "What? Because her mother is." I
didn't know about the mother. I didn't see that, but
yeah.
Can I point out that Chris is Canadian too? Just put it out there.
Everything has to.
Is he now? Oh, okay.
We're all a little Canadian. Sorry, boot that.
But yeah, he
Don't do it.
paid homage to them both, and it's cool. Bottom line, great movie. It's one that I'm going to revisit. I think there's something about me that, and I hate to use this term to say my condition because it sounds like a scapegoat or like I'm a freaking douchebag. But I hate to use that something. But anyway, I got this ADHD thing, and I've noticed that there's fallacies going around where people think that people that have ADD have to see things jumping around all the time. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Because I can't keep up with the action on a film. That's why I don't like action films and car chases, because I can't keep up. My mind drifts so much that I can't keep up. But in movies like this that are slow, my mind can drift, and I won't miss anything.
Yeah, it's soothing.
Yes, I think for people like me, babe, that's why I gravitate to it. I love these slow-moving, and to me, they're not even slow. They're like perfectly paced because they work for my brainwaves, if you will. So anyway, this is the first one on my list, on my official top 10, that I give a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
It hasn't changed from the first time I watched it. I gave it a 9 when we reviewed it. It's still a 9, so there you go.
Fantastic, man.
Cool, man.
All right, my number 7, we've already talked about it, Conjuring 2.
Ah, nice.
Not really much more to add to this. I mean, the film, I just thought it was fantastic. I was engaged from beginning to end. It's got such a great cast. I mean, Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson are terrific. I loved the first one. I found myself more engaged in this one. I loved certain scenes where I love the scenes where oh my God, what's the character's name? The man in the house. Does he even have a name? He does have a name.
My name is what the hell was
the man who's on.
I think it was
Bill.
Biscuits.
Yeah, Bill Wilkins, Bill Biscuit Wilkins, Bill Wilkins, aka Biscuit.
Bill Wilkins.
The scene where he's talking through her, and they have like that filter up, and they're all like turned. Great scene.
Creepy. That scene was creepy.
How did they make it go from her to him and us watch it happen, and yet it's still translated without being trickery? I can't figure that out. It was amazing.
Those wacky.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It really was, and I love the twist with the Wilkins character. I thought it was terrific. I thought it was eerie and creepy. I've said the soundtrack. I thought the soundtrack was great. Everything about this movie really stood out. I understand what you're saying about the third act turning a little bit exorcist-y. If that's a word, it is now. exorcist-y. But
well, not exorcist-y. That was the first one. This one, my issue was more with the reveal that all of a sudden Vera Farmiga was like, oh, this happened. And wait a minute. Oh, no, first he had it, then she had it. It was just like, almost felt kind of forced. You know, I dig what happened and why they had to go back. That was well played.
Oh, yeah, but that happened very early on in the movie. So it's almost like, I forgave that because I almost found that to be like her gift was presenting itself early on, and she almost misinterpreted it as something bad, and it comes back to be a good thing. So I actually like that.
Okay,
I thought you had
what
issues
about
with
him? Remember how he looked down, he saw those two pieces of film cross, and he was like, well, wait a minute, let's play this and this and see what happens. It just all of a sudden happened. Yeah, that was what it was.
I accept it.
Fair enough.
Didn't bother me in the least, but I thought you meant some of like the special effects scenes in the third act.
No, I was okay with that.
The crosses and all that and stuff like that, but I don't mind that stuff. It's you know, it is what it is. I expect it from a film like this, and you know, the acting and the story itself was just phenomenal. I gave this one a 9 out of 10.
Nice. All right, Christian, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm up. I'm gone. See you. No, I'm off the show. My number 7 is Masks.
Yes! Wow, what a surprise! Wow.
I loved this movie, and it's fucked up. I mean, I don't even know. Like, this is why I loved it, because it was like a love note to a Galileo film, and yet it succeeds in being one as well. Just like the editor was like the satire that ended up being good, because it parodied it, but at the same time was enjoyable. This one played it straight, and it's enjoyable. I liked it from the opening music, which I'm hoping that I can bring up while I'm talking here. That opening music was fantastic. Nah, I can't. I'm going to screw it up. So I'm just going to not worry about that. But the opening music, the opening theme of Masks is phenomenal. And the look of the film is phenomenal. The ending, it builds and it gets crazy. And I love the craziness of the plot, which mimics that type of movie. And the kills are great. And it's gory. And it's like they didn't hold back at all. My one quibble is that the sound design of the movie is actually not that great, which is weird. The music is good, but they use... Okay, I don't make a lot of movies. I make little cheap shit breeder movies. But they're using the same sound effects catalog that I'm using for my cheap breed. So I'm picking out sound effects that I've used in my movies that are in this major motion picture, and it just takes me out of the movie. It's a weird quibble to have, but when you hear little sound things that I've used in my little Halloween movies, all of a sudden I'm like, well, it happened in The Darkness this year, the one with Kevin Bacon. They used a sound effect that I've used in the movie, and it happened in this movie, and it happened in Scare Creature Feature. I'm like, well, everybody's using this exact same sound effect track. Like, you figure, they had a bigger budget, they could have created something different.
I don't know if that has to do with budget, considering this film was made in 2011.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, I felt almost guilty putting it on my list because I know it was originally released in 2011, and that's why I messaged you guys going, "Is this considered a 2016?"
It counts. Everybody's. It counts. I didn't hear about it until this year when other people started reading it.
You want to talk about biggest? This was my biggest surprise of the year because I didn't know. I was just, I'll put this on. I watch it. I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah. I love that ending.
Yeah. And the ending is Saw-esque. I'm telling you, I got goosebumps like I saw when I saw Saw for the first time. When there's that music, the theme song, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The Masks theme, as I'm calling it, kicks back in. And it kind of like how the Saw music kicks back in, and then they do all those flashbacks that sort of tell the story in rapid succession. And I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And I was like, I loved it, and I remembered Saw right away, and thinking how cool that was when I first saw it. And this had that same moment. So
what you took away from the ending, was it an upbeat or downbeat ending?
Well, are you talking about the ending when she's on the stage?
Yes.
That's what I think he's talking about. It's like Stockholm.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm talking about, because I interpreted it a certain way, and for me, it's an extremely downbeat ending.
It's like Stockholm Syndrome? Is that what you're thinking?
No.
No? Okay.
Well,
Nope.
I know what you're saying there, and yeah, I'd have to agree.
We're gonna have to talk more about this film even off the air.
Yeah, because I don't know if I want to go in I don't want to get into it too much.
I really want. I so want to review this film and go into spoilers because I saw it a certain way, and I don't know if anyone else saw it that way. And now I got to go back and rewatch it again. I got to buy it.
I got to watch it again.
Cool. Yeah, we should talk about this more.
Listen, I gave it an 8.5 myself. So, shit, what can I say? Nothing. I can't say anything bad about it. That's great, man.
Again, I gave it an 8. So, and what did you give it, Christian?
8.5.
Right on. So we're all in the same area there.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. All right. What are we on? 6? 1097. 6. Okay. This one might surprise you guys because when we reviewed this movie. And you guys were higher on it than I was, and I actually had some beef with it, ultimately, with the way they wrapped things up, and we even didn't argue, but we kind of debated for a good 5 minutes about it. And this time when I watched it, I put that stuff aside, and anything that bothered me the first time, because it's Second View Dave again, I knew what to expect, and I just took this as a movie, and man, it really impressed the hell out of me, and that movie is The Invitation.
Nice.
I tell you, what a great movie! What a great movie! Great performances. I'm into it from start to finish because you're following the lead character. You're with him, and then, I mean, granted, I've seen it before, but it didn't matter this time. I was just into it the entire time. It's just a well-made film. You know, the first time I saw this movie, I didn't realize that the girl was bottomless completely when she was standing in that doorway. I don't know why. I
noticed only because I was licking the TV screen.
But she was cast perfectly. She is so believable as like a Manson type girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucked up.
They even say that in the movie that she's Manson-esque.
Yeah.
Which she really was.
Absolutely. And you know what? You guys brought up a point, and I have to agree with you now. I have to concede. I think Christian was the one that said to me, if it would have gone that way, that's something you would have seen before. The fact that you were expecting it to all be in his head, and it wasn't, and that bothered you, wouldn't you rather it surprise you and not play out the way you were hoping it wasn't because it seemed too ordinary or it was just whatever? And you know what? You were right. It is better this way. It would have been a cop-out. But at the time, I didn't see it that way. But this time, different experience. Granted, I only went up a half a point. Maybe not. Maybe I was 8. I think I went up a whole full point. I think I was 8. Now I'm at 9. So, nice. 9 out of 10. Great, The Invitation. Great performance. Well-made film.
Yeah,
great
performances. The performances really stand out in this one.
Very believable and heart-wrenching.
Yeah. Yes.
The whole thing with his child.
Yes.
It's just the worst thing I could think of happening. And,
absolutely.
And how they fell apart, that's all very believable. They fell apart, and then they went to different things. And then the lament of his ex at the end when she realizes ultimately that she's done wrong here. And you almost feel bad for her. You feel bad for so many characters.
You could almost tell she was wearing a mask throughout the whole film.
Right.
That's
why she was taking pills.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
exactly.
That's her masking agent. You know.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't want to talk too much about it, but I was just excited. Get off your knees!
You're blowing the invitation.
What an experience I had, though, man.
Nice.
I came around.
Glad you came up on that. That was my most anticipated from last year when we talked about movies for 2016. That was my highly anticipated watch. So I'm glad you really enjoyed that. Yeah, that and House on Pine Street were the two I had mentioned.
Nice. Cool. So that's that. All right, what you got?
All right, number 6. Been a little while since I mentioned Mike Flanagan, so we gotta come right back around and bring up Hush.
Nice.
And man, Mike Flanagan had a great year. He's such a terrific director. Kate Siegel's performance in this is phenomenal. I rewatched this one again, and I really paid attention to the parts that Christian had pointed out a little bit of issue with her almost talking outside her body. And I kind of wish she hadn't, only because early in the movie she references that the only voice in her head is her mother's. So how would she be able to talk to herself with her own adult voice when she lost her voice and her ability to speak when she was like 13?
Because maybe that voice is her mother's. Did you ever think of that?
No, because she has the mother's voice at one point when she's doing the writer's block thing, and it sounds like an older woman.
Oh, okay. I take it back. All right. I was trying to help.
It doesn't.
My heart's in the right place.
It doesn't hurt the movie. The build up is great. I actually watched it again to see if I would have liked if the mask had stayed on longer, and I still stand by the fact that I think it came off and it was fine. I think it's almost scarier to put a regular guy's face with the horror that ensued thereafter. And I think, even the scenes where we see him almost toying with her at the beginning, he's killing the friend like right against the door. It's almost as if he had planned on just slaughtering them. But then when he realizes the situation that he realizes he can just toy with her and he's gonna fuck with her emotionally and mentally until he breaks her. And great cat and mouse film. I love the third act. I love it. It kind of gives it definitely gives me some chills a little bit. Really strong lead female character. Really strong.
Best final girl in a long time.
She was terrific.
Almost.
She was terrific for me. And again, another one where I really thought about, and we'll get to it later for female performance. Another one that really stood out, especially because she. It's two characters pretty much the whole movie. So it's it was terrific, and it's silent. Her face, she does a lot with her facial expressions that really drives her performance, and that's not easy to do. I believe I came in at a 9 on this, and I stuck with a 9 on it.
Nice. I stuck with my 8.5, and I agree. It is a great film.
Am I good to go?
You're good to go.
Good? No.
To sign off?
Yeah, for good. Yeah. And this is Christian signing off. Motherfucker. I'm now in my 9 range zone. I'm going to be totally honest here. My 6, 5, and 4 could have been interchanged. They could be really interchanged. They're all great movies. Love them all. It's The Invitation at number 6.
Hey, yeah. Nice.
I loved it then. I watched it twice for that show. A fantastic film, and I think everybody should see it. It's not balls out horror, but it gets under your skin, and there's some great moments in this movie.
Very psychological.
Yeah, and that's The Invitation.
So you both had it at 9, huh?
Yeah, or 6, you mean? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You meant the rating of 9. Not the spot.
I had number 6, rating of 9, and I had it. I think that at when we first saw it as well. I didn't change mine.
Yeah, and I think that's the first match we've had. It took this long. We both had the same number 6.
Yeah. We matched 16. You and me did.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean on the top 10. I mean, Christian and I also had the 11, but the official 10. I mean, shit.
I'm just trying to be a part of the show.
No. It's positivity.
I think it's time for you to sign off.
And this is Brandon Orlick signing off. Top 5. Whew.
Top 5. Okay. My number 5, I'm just going to make it quick and painless. This is one we disagree heavily on, but nothing's changed for me. This is my favorite final girl in a very long time. And this movie is Don't Breathe.
Hush. Oh,
don't. I say hush to that.
Hey, listen.
Go on, Christian.
Awesome.
She's my second favorite. But this girl here, I gotta say, I was even more sympathetic with her upon this view. I don't blame her for doing anything she does in this film. I love every move she makes. And then when you gets crazy towards the end and they get out, there's suspense. We did a full review on it. All I'm saying is that I wish you guys had come around, but I don't think you watched it again.
I will, though. I will.
Great performances. I mean, Stephen Lang is freaking great in that role.
Character bothered me.
Wow, I thought he was great. See, that's what it is. sympathetic one moment, and then the flip, and then the twist, and this and that, and then you're going back and forth on who to root for, who not
It was
to root for.
It was too off for me. There was just something not right. It was just a little too off for me.
Well, I won't waste anybody's time. You can go back and listen to our review.
We're definitely the minority. We're definitely the minority.
Yeah, Christian and I are getting mad hate for our dislike of this movie.
But that's it. Don't Breathe. 9 out of 10. My favorite final girl in years. So
nice.
Let's move on. Yeah.
All right, number 5. You know, this film could have, you know, my top 5 could have very easily. I could reverse my top 5 right now, and I wouldn't be sad about it. But ultimately, I just, you know, half points decided it here, and I just kind of stuck with original ratings on this one. And this was a second time watch for me, and this is The Witch.
Ooh.
Yeah, so The Witch came in at number 5. You know, what to say about it? What's the director's name? David Eggers? Robert Eggers. Robert Eggers. Phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal film. Phenomenal performances. Again, we're talking about child performances. You know, a lot of standout young performances this year. You know, all of them. You know, just the dialogue, the atmosphere, everything about this film is phenomenal. You know, watching it again this time, this was only my second time seeing it. And I was so engaged this time, and it was awesome watching it with subtitles. I didn't find that I didn't find that I had issue following it in the theater when I saw it, because I came in high the first time I saw it, and watching it with subtitles, you know, obviously it helped, but you know, I didn't find myself even confused by any of the subtitles I was reading, and you know, I don't really want to talk much about this film. I know it's going to come up a little bit later, so I'll wait to, you know, converse with others later, but I'm sticking with a 9 out of 10. Could be a 9.5, but I'm sticking with a 9 for now.
Oh, it was clickety-clackety that they were saying. I didn't know that until I had subtitles on. Oh, clickety-clackety.
I like the Black Phillip songs, but I forgot to write them down to say them. Those I definitely picked up on with the subtitles.
Were you spooning Black Phillip while you're watching it for the second time? I know you guys broke up, but I thought maybe you got back together. I gotta say this. Look, I'm an animal lover. How sweet is Black Phillip? I love Black Phillip, man. I love that goat.
I love him too.
That's the only downfall. Hey, he's the greatest of all time.
He is. He is the GOAT of GOATs. Yes.
Yeah. He's the greatest.
No question. Yes.
I wish they were able to use him more in the film. I would have loved to have seen what they had in store for BP. They should do a sequel to Follow That Bird called Follow That Goat. And get that, what's that country singer who was in Follow That Bird?
I don't remember. I've seen the movie many times.
Are you talking about the Sesame Street movie from back in the 80s?
Yeah. Yeah.
Follow That Bird.
Who the fuck knows who's that? Willie Nelson.
No, it was like the heavy
Kenny Rogers.
He passed away. The heavyset guy.
Roy Orbison.
Country.
Oh, sorry. John Popper. I don't know. A heavyset country singer. I don't know.
Damn it.
Waylon Jennings.
That's who it was, Waylon Jennings.
Oh, yeah!
That's exactly who it was.
Dave takes this one.
Nice.
I was actually going to look it up when you said Waylon Jennings. I was like, get Waylon Jennings and Black Phillip on the road.
On the road again.
That's Willie L. Nelson.
Yes, it is. Yep,
I don't even like country. Anyway, can I go, or are we going to blow...
yeah.
Okay.
We're going to blow Black Phillip a little more.
My number 5 is The Monster.
Ooh, surprising.
Yeah, I understand what you guys were saying, maybe with the end a little bit. It didn't ruin anything for me. It didn't even really change my rating at all. I love this movie. Again, this came out of nowhere. I shouldn't say it came out of nowhere. I knew it was coming. I'm just saying I didn't know what to expect from it. And again, going in blind, I've stopped watching trailers for a lot of the main horror films now. I'm finding, and so I'm enjoying these when you go in with not much information. I just love what they did with the characters. I felt I was like borderline in a couple of places, thinking that might have been a bit forced, but I was forgiving of it. 9 out of 10. The Monster, nice. My number 5 pick.
More good performances from child actors. The daughter was terrific.
Yes.
And
And the mother, of course, was terrific. I like the creature effects also in that. I mean, I gave it an 8 out of 10. I mean,
I did too.
Yeah, the creature effects were phenomenal.
Yep, and a lot of people are going to have this on their top 10. I think a lot of people are really loving this movie.
This is a tough list to make this year.
What a year, straight up. Yeah, great year. Here we are, number 4. Okay, now this took me by total surprise. I spoke about this one maybe 3 shows ago, and my rating hasn't changed. I had to watch it again, of course, and I never would have expected this when I saw the title, when I knew what the movie was about. This is the last thing I thought would land on the top 10 list by me, and that movie is In the Deep.
Nice.
I love the movie.
I was going to say, you thought it was an anal porn movie, didn't you?
In the Deep, Volume 6.
Or is it another Hindi movie? In the Deep.
In the Deep? In the Hindi? In the Hindi. I watched this again, and this time I watched it with my wife because I knew this was a movie that I could watch with my wife. You know, I watched The Shallows with her as well. I mean, it's a shark movie. I mean, you can watch that with someone that is a borderline horror fan.
You can only watch shark movies with your wife.
Well, I know that if there is a shark movie, she'll watch it. That's what I know. Oh, no, I'd never seen any of those.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell nah.
Oh, hell nah, whatever.
Dave was like, just let me fucking talk about my movie.
Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
It's okay, it's all right. It's getting late. I'm trying to help you guys out. Man, beautiful shots of the ocean. It looks good, but, honestly, a good soundtrack that I didn't notice the first time. Things I didn't notice. When we do see gore, it's great. It's top-notch, freaking make practical effects here. You actually get jump scares from a shark that are not cheesy and that made me jump both times I watched it. And especially this time with my wife, because my wife is the jumper. So when she jumps, grabs me, I jump. And it's just, it's a natural reaction. That's what happens. I watched this with my wife. As we're going through this movie, at one point she tells me, you might have to spoil this movie for me. I don't think I can go on. Because she had the same reaction I had, where she was down there with them, feeling it was such an intense freaking movie. It was very intense. And she's like, I don't think I could take it. And that's how I felt when I was watching it. Like I said.
Is this the movie or the sex that you're having that night?
Yeah, In the Deep. In the Deep, yes.
This movie would have been higher on my list, and I experienced it the way you did.
She's right there, down there with me. Saying, I don't think I can take it.
You gotta recut that and put in like some sex noises or something. Is that like a bit? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, man. It really was very suspenseful and very intense. And freaking the thing they did at the end, I'll tell you what, Brandon, my wife did call it when it happened. She goes, Is this going to be this or is this going to be this? And that was the only thing that bummed me out because when I saw it, it didn't even cross my mind. Going back after it happened, I was like, oh, okay, they did mention it for a reason.
Yeah.
But bottom line, well played. Well played.
It was still well played. It didn't hurt the film at all, even though I saw it. Not at all.
And I have a feeling that this is not going to make a whole lot of top 10 lists next year because a lot of people are going to see it for the first time next year. But we covered it. Well, we saw it. So we're talking about it this year. Didn't expect it. Again, like I said last time on the show when I talked about it briefly, I got this whole thing about drowning where the whole idea of it really spooks me out, and I would never go down in a cage with scuba gear. Just the thought of it is terrifying to me. So seeing this as it plays out, and the relationship with the girls, the character development, why the girl decided to do it when she really didn't want to. There's good stuff here. It's a good story. And to me, there is not a dull moment. And being underwater for most of this film, man, I just think it's a fantastic film. Sticking with my rating at 9 out of 10. So, there you go. Nice. In the Deep.
Beautiful.
All right, my number 4. From director Osgood Perkins. February.
Nice.
I love this film.
Yeah.
Now, I gotta say, I believe I came in the lowest originally when watching this the first time when we reviewed it, and man, just had even more of an impact watching it again now. I've probably seen this about 3 or 4 times now, and such a terrific film, such great performances. Again, a young cast. You know, you got Emma Roberts. Yeah, she's terrific in everything. Kiernan Shipka from Mad Men, who was terrific as Katniss, and Lucy Boynton, who played Rose. You know, and I'm not going to get into the story because if you want to know about it, obviously you could listen to the show where we covered it. But you know, it got pushed back till next year. It's one of the 2 films, that and Before I Wake, that made my list that got pushed back again. You know, check it out next year. I expected to hear a lot of mixed reviews on it. I don't think it's going to be for everyone, but me personally, I loved it. I love the way the story plays out. It's quite a unique take on a possession film. You know, February, I actually bumped it up a half a point. I bumped it up to a 9 out of 10.
Cool. Nice.
And I'll say this, and obviously, you know, you guys haven't talked about it yet. I know you guys came in very high, but my original 8.5 prevented it from making the Hall of Fame by a half a point. So if your ratings have stayed the same on it, this could be our first Hall of Famer of the night.
Yes, it could. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yes, we will. All right. What do you got, Christian?
My number 4 features the best final girl in a hell of a long time, and that is Hush.
Yeah. Hush.
We've talked about it. Phenomenal movie. Love it. Enough said. Let's move on.
Right on. What's your rating?
It was a 9 out of 10.
Did you say that and I'm just an idiot? Okay.
Maybe I did. I'm not sure, but I kept it at a 9 out of 10. I didn't change my rating.
All right. Number 3, top 3. And, yeah, here we go. The big 3. My number 3 is February. Yeah. Nice. Back to that. What else can I say? We've reviewed it. Brandon's alluded to it. We've discussed it. I've seen the movie 3 times now. Nothing has changed. My rating hasn't changed. One thing I can add that I didn't pick up on the first time or the second time was when she was in the hotel room with him. It seemed like there was something going on that I didn't notice before, and he said, "Do you believe in God?" and that whole thing. I think because of what was going on with her, just a little thing I wanted to throw out there. I thought that if he would have stayed in that room a few minutes longer, something would have taken place sexually. There was a seduction going on here between good and evil, and he ultimately ended up turning it down. But I got a vibe this time that I didn't get the other 2 times. And maybe next time you guys watch it, you'll pick up on it. But that's what I got this time. And
that's what's so great about this film. You could take away so many different things, so many different times. I mean, I was much more certain on certain things this time, just because it's so obvious and it's in your face. But there are so many things still left open to interpretation that makes this movie phenomenal.
The fact that there's like ambiguity in this film is great. It's a great thing about the movie. Some people might not like it. I think it's freaking fantastic. Great mood, great atmosphere. Again, not going to be for everybody. It's a broken record, but it is what it is. Again, great score and sound design. Same guy, Oz Perkins' brother. So, whatever. Great stuff. Nothing's changed, like I said. 9.5 out of 10. Big time, baby. See February as soon as you can.
All right, my number 3. This was a phenomenal soundtrack. This was a revisit. This film actually, we reviewed it. This film actually jumped up 1.5 points for me. Because I don't know how I came in so low the first time I watched this film. Without saying the film, can I just read like 4 lines of like can I gotta read just from the movie. You'll be able to figure out what it is the minute I start reading it. But it's such cool. It's right at the end of the movie. Regret and remorse, amends and atonement. Well, that's life, right? This next one's for you, for all you lost souls racing down that long road to redemption, and all you sinners running from your past but headed straight into that pit of darkness up ahead. We're all on the same endless highway, the one with no name, with no exits, looking for a way out of tonight and into tomorrow. Well, they're going to try to stop you, but you gotta say fuck it and keep moving, because this is your highway, and today might just be the day you finally outrun those wicked demons once and for all. And I'll be right here with you, making sure you get where you're going, because in the end, we're all just trying to find our way home, right? Southbound.
Cool.
Fucking phenomenal. I rewatched it this time, and it was almost perfect to me. The soundtrack is absolutely phenomenal. Larry Fessenden playing the radio host. He's the one who reads that bit of dialogue at the end, and that I get goosebumps from it because it's so great. Is phenomenal, and each of the segments I absolutely loved, and the effects are great, and everything about it, the atmosphere is phenomenal. This is easily one of my favorite anthologies. I know Christian alluded to it earlier, being in his top 3 or 4, and I feel the same. It's right up there with me. It might eventually become my favorite.
Wow.
I feel that strong. I feel that strong about this film. I originally gave it an 8 when we reviewed it, and I'm watching this film, and I'm like, there's a few things that I wish were explained in some of the stories a little more, specifically the brother and sister story. That was the only one. Not that it.
That's my only issue.
Not that it confused me, but it's just there was a little bit. I don't know. There was just a little bit something weird about that one that I didn't like, particularly how the brother got there. But
right, thank you. Yeah, exactly.
That was it. But and maybe a few other things. I wish the witchcraft was a little bit more developed with the 3 girls with the 3 girls in the band. But other than that, all of them were phenomenal. And I bumped this all the way up to a 9.5 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah, I really just couldn't find enough fault to keep it at an 8. I was just like
9.5, huh? Christian, what did you give it?
I gave it 8.5.
I did too. Okay, I thought we had a Hall of Famer.
My number 10 spot.
So. Yeah, I did the math earlier to see.
Yeah.
So close, half a point, right? Half a point away. What is it? 8.5, 8.5, and 9.5. What is that?
No, that's like
point and a
half off. 26.5.
Point and a half. Okay. Yeah.
Still.
Either way.
Good. Yeah, I love it.
Great film.
I hope it gets a Blu-ray release. I haven't bought the DVD because this needs a Blu-ray release.
Yes, it does. I'm with you. Yep. You know what?
With the soundtrack, I would buy like a double edition, Blu-ray edition with the sound. The soundtrack is so phenomenal to this.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great. This is the best anthology. Oh, I can't say that. I forgot about Trick or Treat. I was gonna say this is the best anthology of the millennium so far, but
one of them.
Yeah. It's right next to Trick or Treat. Bottom line. Here's what I love about it. This is the last time I'm going to speak about it. Those freaking things, those spooky ass things hanging in the sky, blow me the fuck away.
Yeah.
I think they're amazing. They're scary as shit. They're freaking really beautiful. Creep me out. Yeah, the opening stuff is great. The end, the wraparound, the stuff with the girls is my favorite. Everybody seems to love the thing with the guy in the operating room the most. I'm all about the one with the girls. It's my favorite thing.
I love the one.
The only reason it's great. The only reason I got this at 8.5 and not higher is because I'm not crazy about the brother and sister story. That's it. That's the only reason.
That seems to be the general consensus. That's the weakest. This time I didn't notice it the first time that when we reviewed it, and one of you had brought it up that the creatures are there.
Everyone
hovering around at each one, and this time I paused it in a couple of spots because they're actually hard to see in a few of the spots, but they're there, and I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome. It's
a very smart film. It's very smart.
So smart.
All the tie-ins. Again, I can't confess to figuring it out myself. It's on the message boards on the B, but all the tie-ins between the different stories and everything else, just brilliant.
Yeah, very Trick or Treat.
Right. Yep. Right. True. All right, Christian, what do you got?
My number 3, which I scored a 9 out of 10, is The Witch.
Ooh.
And that did go up. Did go up. If you remember,
it went up from an 8. You had an 8.
If you remember correctly, I saw it in the theater and I rated it an 8. And then I said I was a little sleepy. And then we started talking about it. And then I got all hyped up and I said, I still gave it an 8 even though I was in and out. And then the next week I kind of said, you know what, I'm second guessing myself. You said, hold off, wait till you see it again. I watched this 3 times, and
awesome.
It is a beautiful film. If we get into subcategories later, you might hear this movie pop up a bit more. It's a great movie, and I'm going to continue to watch it. I'm really eager to see what Robert Eggers has for us in the near future. Whether it be Nosferatu or beyond.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm so glad. that you had a better experience on the rewatches.
He's so glad you came up to a 9.
Yeah, I am. It deserves to be at least at a 9. Yeah, yep. Man. So happy to hear that. Okay, all right. Number 2. Okay. Oh, this movie. Wow. if it wasn't for, well, that goes without saying. I was gonna say if it wasn't for another movie, this would be number one. But that's obvious.
You mean if it wasn't for the number one movie, the number two movie would be number one? Jesus, I feel the same way about my number two. I feel the same about my number two.
I meant to say it a different way. Where this is such an amazing year.
It deserves to be number one. It deserves to be number one any other year, probably.
Right.
Yeah,
that's what I mean to say.
I know
just because it happens to be 2016 and this year kicks so much ass. Ordinarily, this movie deserves heaps of praise, and it's still gonna get it. But yeah, okay. Let me just cut to the chase. The Neon Demon. What a film! What a film! I'm still kicking myself we didn't review it. I almost think we should do it for the hell of it, just as a bonus episode or something. Because this movie, we're not going to do it now. It's late in the evening and it's a long show. There's not a whole lot I'm going to sit here and say, but right off the bat, the first minute I sit down and watch this film, the first time I saw it, right off the bat, those trippy lights and the background, and even the credit sequence and the soundtrack, the music that comes in, doom, 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 doom. Oh God,
that gave me goosebumps.
Right? Yeah. It just takes me away. It's a great movie to watch by yourself. I'll tell you that, because you get sucked into it. The attention to detail is sick. The beautiful colors, the beautiful women, freaking the lighting. This is like a combination of Argento and Kubrick. That's what this movie is. And I'm gonna say it. It's very Suspiria-like. It's Suspiria-like. And I didn't catch it the first time, but this is the type of movie that you have to give multiple views.
There's
and the more
so
I
much
understand
depth. There's so much depth to this film that people are, who write style over substance for this are just. It's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but you are so far off. Because not only is there so much substance within the actual story, even if you're looking at it simply as a story about the fashion industry, which maybe that's how he, intended it to be, just the straight up story we're seeing, but apply it to anything and it's just so deep and rich.
It's fantastic, and I feel sorry for people that don't get it. It's again not for everybody. What are you gonna do? Just don't insult it. If you don't like it, don't like it.
That soundtrack.
That soundtrack is it's outstanding. What a year for soundtracks, period. But you know what? I have a feeling this is going to come up again. No one's mentioned a word about it. It's like the elephant in the room now. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to say it's a 9.5 out of 10. It was the original grade I gave it. The same score. Nothing's changed. Go ahead. That's my number 2. Go ahead.
Nice. All right. Well, coming in at number 2, Neon Demon. We finally synced up.
Nice.
Yeah, not much more to add to this. The soundtrack and the lighting, the acting, everything. It's gorgeous. It's stunning. It's a stunning film. Refn is really he's really a good director, and he did.
This is the only movie I think I've seen him that he's done, but I don't know.
I love Drive, and I even enjoyed Only God Forgives. Although I only saw that one, I need to see that one again. But terrific. I won't get into it, but man, the cast is just stunning.
I want to see Only God Forgives. I want to see that because I heard there might be something I'd be into. Isn't Drive about like freaking cars and like Sylvester Stallone's in it?
No, Drive is with Ryan Gosling.
Oh, I thought it was a freaking car racing movie with Sylvester Stallone. Okay.
I love everything about this film. I really don't want to get into it. There's so much to talk about with this film, but I watched it twice now, and each time I'm just drawn into this world, and I'm trying to find negatives to pick it apart, and I can't really find anything to criticize about this film.
I hear you.
I understood everything. I even took my very own interpretation of the very last scene, the credit scene actually. Because I'm wondering, I'm like, what does this mean? Why are they showing this? And I'm like, you know what? Maybe it means this. And I'm like, all right, I can live with it. And obviously, it's during when they're playing that song from Sia, Waving Goodbye.
Oh yeah.
That song is phenomenal.
And would you believe it? That's the only song that I deleted from my freaking iPod of the whole soundtrack.
Really, I listen to that song all the time.
You know why?
The lyrics to that song are phenomenal.
I gotta listen again, and maybe I should add it again. But if I sit down and lay down at night, and and I'm in bed and I put my earbuds in and listen,
you just want the music.
Yeah, that song wouldn't fit in with the rest of that type of soundtrack.
I'll stop there. I won't go into it, but the performances are great. I love how gorgeous is fucking Abby Lee. Yeah, but
Which
Abby
one is
Lee.
that? Which one
Sarah,
is that?
Sarah.
The tall one?
The tall one. Whew.
Yeah, dude.
Oh
so
my god. But everybody's, even Keanu's gorgeous in this.
Yeah.
Keanu never gets any older. I
He's
said
Canadian.
he is.
Again, here we go.
That's why I have to bump this movie down. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna, there's nothing to nitpick with. I'm giving this a 10 out of 10.
Nice.
That's nice, man. That's nice. What did you give The Witch, Brandon?
I gave it a 9.
Okay.
And you gave it a 9. So
yeah, interesting.
All depends what Mr. Z gives it.
Wait, and what did we give The Invitation?
I gave it a 9.
And I gave it a 9.
There you go. And Brandon gave it a what?
Brandon hasn't talked.
I didn't have it on my list.
There we go.
There you go. So we don't know yet.
Here we go. Our first Hall of Famer of the night, The Neon Demon.
Yes!
Number 2. Phenomenal film.
Wow.
I wasn't sure if this was going to take my first spot or not. Ultimately, I settled on the number 2 spot. I do wish we did this as soon. I think we all watched it around the same time, and we're all like, "Why the fuck didn't we do this?" And I give it a 9. I give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Wow.
I love the way this movie plays out. I was sitting here watching it. My daughter came home from dance. She's like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "This really cool movie." She sat and watched it. I didn't know where it was going. I didn't know if things were going to be disturbing for her. I was getting it was worrying me, but she was like kind of into it. But then it got late, so she went up to bed right before the shit kind of hit the fan for the ending, which is because I'm like, oh, thank God she didn't see all that.
Yeah, she could have done without a few of those.
Yeah, but I was like, wow. It floored me, and I know there's a lot of naysayers out there, and I know this is like going to be considered like artsy bullshit, but it has its audience. I think people are going to be talking about this movie for a long time. If you're wondering if it's a horror film, just listen to that soundtrack on its own, and that soundtrack will answer those questions for you, because it's got some beats and some electronica, but there's some really like tense moments in that soundtrack. One of the best soundtracks of the year. Not the best, but one of the best. And that's all I'll say about the movie.
Let me say something, because I had it at 9.5. For my number 1 and 2 movies on my list here, on my notes, I have 9.5/10, because I wasn't sure if I was going to give out any 10s, 1 10, or 2 10s. And obviously now it's going to be 2 10s. But why 9.5s and not 10s? Was there any specific thing that bothered you about it? Because I really tried to nitpick.
You know what it is?
Confusion.
Okay, I mean that's fair. That's fair.
I need a little bit more clarity, and I think I need a few more rewatches. Again, does it stand the test of time? I think it will stand the test of time. I've watched this 1.5 times. I thought that sounds weird. I never did get through another viewing because there's just too many movies to watch to prep for this show. I can't wait to see it again, and I think time could easily bump it to a 10. I think the 9.5 is just to say it's in that range.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Right on.
Awesome.
So what's our score? It's 29, right?
Yeah, 29. 29 out of 30.
There's our announcement. Hall of Fame. Neon Demon makes it. All right, 29.
Right after Treevenge.
Awesome. Yeah, right after Treevenge. Yeah, 2 and 2 shows. How do you like that? Nice. Very cool. I just want to say one thing.
Who are we, Derek?
Yeah, big time, big rating, Derek. Yep.
Shout out to Derek.
Derek B, what up? I don't want to be them. They want to be me. That's all I have to say. That's a line from Neon Demon.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome.
That was a line from Neon Demon?
Yeah.
I know. I'm just trying to bust his
tragic story, shocking scene. Honey, people believe what they're told. I could just go on, and I won't. The big cat situation, awesome.
One thing I want to add to this. If it wasn't for my number 1, the Neon Demon would have been my number 1.
Oh, no shit.
I was just trying to bullshit. You got that, didn't you?
I got that. I got it. Okay, I guess it's about that time.
Ooh, here we go.
Can I get a clickety-clackety?
Yeah.
Click-clack, original black. Yeah.
BP in the house.
BP in the house. Guys, anyone that's listened to the show, listened to our review, listened to me talk, knows how I feel about this movie. My number 1 movie of 2016 is The Witch. This
Hall of Fame.
movie.
Hall of Fame.
God, this movie. I can't even tell you. To me, this is my favorite movie of the year, and I think it's the best horror movie of the millennium. I'm blown away by it. I don't want to say too much. I love this movie. When you're talking about horror movies and filmmaking, this is just it's filmmaking at its finest. It's just my opinion, of course, but I can't imagine people watching this movie, and there's so many naysayers. I can't understand people watching this movie and just not getting it. It's just a piece of art. The dreary color palette. You know what I noticed this time watching it? I've watched it 7 times now. The 7th time was just the other day.
7-time Dave. 7-view Dave.
7-view Dave. I noticed that Thomason knows that they're fucked before they get there. When they're in the courtroom in the beginning and they're banished, she's the one that just stands there.
Her face, yeah.
Yes, and then when they're driving away, you could see the look on her face, and then as soon as she gets there, the first thing she does is pray. It's like she is afraid of what's out there. It's almost like she knew what was coming. And that just makes it even more scary, She prays on it. She says, "Show me mercy," she says to her God.
And then mercy came out. Show me mercy. I be not mercy.
Dude, awesome. The woods themselves are a character. The way he shoots the woods, what's out there, and and you know that there's evil shit in the woods. And let me just say one thing.
Evil rabbit.
I noticed something funny. The rabbit. Yeah, what a vicious rabbit. Who would have thought that?
Who would have been scared of a rabbit? I was actually scared of the rabbit.
Yeah, they pull it off. Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Rabbit that's just sitting there doing nothing. Holy shit. Did you realize that the kids were playing with goat toys? Like they had miniature goats that they were playing with before Black Phillip came into the picture?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Jonas and Mercy?
Yeah. How about the horse? The horse knew that something was up. That's why it bugged out. There's things that I notice now because I've seen it so many times. All the Shining shit I'm not going to get into. Just go back and watch it, but there's tons of shit.
It's there.
One thing I want to say... this is a movie where you know for sure that God and the devil both exist. It's just a fact of this movie. That's going on, The witch is so incredibly hot. The hot one, of course, I'm talking about, that seduces Caleb. Boy, what a beautiful woman. But anyway, you really have to respect the dialogue here. Everything that went into the movie, there's just so much,
So well done.
The Black Phillip thing at the end, when she talks to him and he speaks and the whole thing, that's just one of my favorite scenes maybe of all time. And I'll never forget the first time I saw it at the movies, and then when he spoke, and I was like, holy shit, this is fucking awesome.
Hair on the back of your neck stood up the first time you saw. Yep. When I saw it in theaters, I was actually scared. It's freaky.
And at the end, the last shot.
Oh, beautiful.
Haunting.
It makes me smile. It makes me smile.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's
I'm like happy for her.
Yeah, it's haunting and upsetting, but it's gratifying given the journey of this poor character.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. And the natural lighting that they use, you got to give them props for that shit.
Yeah, fantastic.
One thing, I can't tell you how uncomfortable that scene with the baby makes me. The first time I saw
baby jam? Or with the knife?
Just when you see the baby on the table and the way its head is turned to the side, and I think about the first time I saw it, I'm like, what are they going to do to this baby? And something about the way the baby looks, it almost looks like something's wrong with it because its head's so big, because the way it's shot, just something about it makes me very uncomfortable. I just think some fucked up thoughts about what they're going to do.
It's a mongoloid.
Not even that, just that they were going to snap its neck or something. Just the way it's laying there, it just fucks me up. It makes me very uncomfortable, and I love it, And then when you see the knife, and then the scene cuts, just what a film. Anyway, I don't want to talk forever. It's my number one film of the year. It's my favorite film of the damn freaking millennium. I think it's an amazing film. 10 out of 10. Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Two in a row. Look at that.
Yes.
Christian inducts one, and you induct one.
Now, will you be inducting one?
I will go ahead and induct our third member of the Hall of Fame. and go ahead and say The Invitation is my favorite film of the year, and
freaked me out with that.
It's
Christian,
a fucking.
You called it. I'm sorry.
It's a fucking 10 out of 10. I mean, these performances are gut wrenching. I actually found myself tearing up. I think Logan Marshall Green's performance in this is fucking phenomenal. Just my favorite performance I've seen in a long time. One of my favorite movies I've seen in a long time. The dialogue's great. I love the way it plays out. Even the little nitpicks that we kind of talked about when we covered it make sense to me on such a bigger scale than what the film was actually showing. So to me, it was perfect, and I loved every second of it. And it's a 10 out of 10.
Awesome,
nice, man.
Yeah,
nice.
That's great. You must have been so happy when you heard that I came around and gave it a 9. You probably weren't expecting that, were you?
Yeah, when I heard Christian came up to 9 on The Witch, and when I heard you came up to 9, I was like, okay, nice. We each get to induct one into the Hall of Fame.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
So was that one of the 3 that you thought was going to be up there for me?
Nope.
No, really?
It was Conjuring 2, Neon Demon, and The Witch. Those are the 3 I thought.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if it wasn't for The Invitation, though, I gotta be honest, Neon Demon probably would have been my number 1 film of the year.
Yep, I've heard that before.
Biscuits.
Biscuits.
My number 1 film of the year.
Oh my God, are we getting another Hall of Famer now?
I don't know. I don't know where he's going.
February.
Yeah, we are. That's what I thought.
Oh,
yes.
No, but I gave it a 9.5.
So did Dave.
And what did you give it?
A 9.
Yeah, there we go.
I bumped it up from an 8.5 because I kept it out of the Hall of Fame by a half a point. I moved it up to 9.
We did it again.
I took another one into the Hall of Fame. February. Again,
Yes.
What I love about this movie, it's haunting. We did a whole episode about it. Go back and listen to it. I fucking don't even think I got the whole movie, and that's what's so intriguing about it. And I watched it 2.5 times at that point. Watched it again. I love it. I still want to feel like I hear something at the end, but I don't. And that's what this movie, that's a great sign of this movie. Because if you do hear something, it kind of ruins where he was kind of going with it. And that time I was saying, I think I liked The Black Coat's Daughter more. Wrong. February is a better title. They should stick with that because of the whole isolation, the whole feeling of the movie just adds to that whole vibe. I can go on. It has, are we going into specifics? Are we going into the other categories we were talking about after? Because quite frankly, you mentioned one of the best actors, which, funny enough, I agree with you. One of the best performances was Kieran Shipka as Kat this year. Yeah. Phenomenal performance by her.
I get heartbroken every time that scene after the father performs the exorcism and she says, "Don't go." Man, that line just gives me chills. Right. The way she says it, like, "Don't go," like that's all she had left. And that line when she says to Rose, "You had your chance." Oh,
yeah, awesome, awesome.
You had
just
your
some of
chance.
The looks and and what a great thing that she was recommended for the role, and it just played out. It was just perfect. Osgood Perkins does a great job directing this movie. Funny enough, he wasn't my choice for favorite director of the year. However, it's right up there. It was such a hard decision because I do give credit to I Am the Pretty Thing. I didn't like it as much as you two, but I enjoyed it, if you remember correctly. Yeah. But February is in a different league all to its own, and a great movie. And Osgood and Mickey Keaton definitely deserve honorable mentions in the Best Director category. And that's what I'll say about February. Check it out when it comes out. Hopefully it's sometime early in the new year on Netflix or whatever streaming device. It needs to be seen. And it's not going to be for everybody, as Dave already mentioned. I think even Brandon mentioned. But it's going to have an audience. And
nice.
And we're 3 of them right here. So
yeah.
Right on.
Wait, what do you give that?
I gave it a 9.5.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you came up or not. All right,
9.5, 9.5, and 9.
Yep.
So 28 count. So 4 movies in the Hall.
4 Hall of Fames. We're gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start recording our Hall of Famers.
Right. Something. Well, there you have it, everybody. That is our top 10. You have 4 Hall of Famers. If you respect our opinions at all, you'll check out these movies if you have not. Hope you enjoyed it. Man, that was great. What a great year. Now we're going to go into awards quickly, and then we're getting the hell out of here. By the way, there are emails, there are voicemails that we have been given if anyone's wondering why we haven't got to them, we're not doing them this show. So the next show, we're going to get to all that stuff.
And giveaways. I promise giveaways for.
Yep.
So I'll announce a couple of winners.
There you go. So I had the awards in order. The first award is.
You guys are good actors. You guys are good actors.
You know what that's from?
Isn't that Christian Bale exploding on? No, what was it?
A 2016 movie. Listen.
You guys are good actors.
Well, it's Fear Inc.
Yeah, Fear Inc.
when
Okay.
he's.
Yeah.
It does sound like that Christian Bale blowing up video, though. Is that what you were talking about, Christian?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Let's do it. Best actor. Number one, best actor. Who do you got?
Logan Marshall Green.
What the hell? Logan Marshall Green.
Yep, I put him as the actor for the year, and then I'd say John Goodman for 10 Cloverfield Lane, but Logan Marshall Green took it for me as Will in The Invitation.
Yeah, it's no surprise for me. I said it when I brought up The Invitation. Logan Marshall Green's performance, he deserves Academy Award recognition for it. I know the Academy Awards really don't mean anything because they're bought and whatever, and it's all tainted now. But he's that good in this film.
He is great, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
I did not go with him, but I went with the other one you mentioned, John Goodman in 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Also deserves recognition. He's great in everything, and he doesn't get enough recognition.
He is great in everything. Yeah,
He
even
is.
when he was the coach in freaking Revenge of the Nerds way back when.
Yeah.
He was even great in that role. So, yeah.
I wonder if that's
so,
still
yeah,
on
okay.
his resume.
I know. I love him in that role. To chug a beer. Anyway. Okay. Best actress.
I already blew my load on that one. Karen Shipka as Kat in February.
Wow, that's awesome, man.
Nice.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I stuck with The Invitation, and I went with Tammy Blanchard. I thought she was phenomenal as Eden. We talked about how her performance was very layered, just terrific actress. She's a big star to begin with, big stage and screen star. So her performance was phenomenal.
Look at you. You did the sweep. Best movie, best actress, best actor. You did the freaking Oscar sweep. That's awesome. For me, I'm going with Anya Taylor-Joy from The Witch. Blew me away.
He was terrific.
Nice.
God, just to put on that accent and the delivery of her lines and just her performance, period. The shit this poor girl went through. And it's her first freaking role. I mean, wow. Number 3.
Christian for best cinematographer.
There you go. That's right.
I'll make a Cinnabon like you've never seen before.
Nice. Best director.
I gave it to Robert Eggers for The Witch.
Ooh, yeah.
I know, like, sounds weird, because I've always said, like, how can your favorite movie not be your favorite? No, that's why I said I give Osgood Perkins total shout-out for February, and I Am the Pretty Thing. I give Mickey Keaton shout-out for Carnage Park and Darlene, 2 movies that were, like, there too, but Robert Eggers takes it for The Witch. It was, like, he did a phenomenal job.
He did. And you know what? I did this. Well, I didn't do the same thing as you, but I did the same thing in the sense that I didn't give Best Director to my number 1 film. But shout out to Mike Flanagan also, who had a great year. But for me, Best Director was Nicholas Refn for Neon Demon.
Cool.
Awesome.
I had to. I mean, that film I couldn't take my eyes off the screen.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, for me, I did the obvious thing. Osgood Perkins has 2 movies in my top 10, and Flanagan has 3 movies that were 7.5 or higher on my rating. So you would think I would go with them, but I was just so enamored with this movie, and this guy, again, this is his first freaking job. I give it to Robert Eggers for The Witch. Nice. Tremendous movie. And
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
Nice. That's cool. All different picks. Nice. Okay,
we
number
have the same
4.
pick.
Well, all different picks except for you and Christian.
Dummy. I'm in rare form tonight. It's late. Sorry.
Hey.
What can I say?
He's not at full speed. He's at about an 8 out of 5 right now.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you earlier, but the best thing is when you're going off on The Good Neighbor, because it was in your top 16, and you're like, I don't know if you guys saw this movie, and I'm looking at you like, are you crazy? I saw The Good Neighbor the day it came out on like VOD, and I was like, you guys got to see the movie like that Sunday. I'm like, you guys got to check it out. It plays with the conventions and everything like that, and because Because usually you're the one shutting up movies to me, and it was typically the first time, unless we're talking about an old movie that you may have missed, but all the new ones, you guys are pretty much telling me. I just happened to see this before you guys, and it doesn't happen often, so I remember saying, you know what, check it out.
I remember you saying to check it out, but I didn't know if you'd seen it yet. I remember you saying that.
Check this movie out. I heard it may be good.
I don't know. I don't even know. What did you give that movie, by the way? Are you high on it like I was?
I think it came down to a more realist.
I gave it an 8.
I think I gave it a 7.5.
Man, it didn't go down at all for me, but whatever. All right, here we go. Number 4, worst movie of the year. 1, what's your worst movie?
Anti-Birth.
Oh.
I had All Girls Weekend at one point, but you know what? That's low budget and not that Anti-Birth. Anti-Birth is taking it. Fuck it. I'm not even going to listen to those.
Okay, I went with a film called If He Hollers, put out by the company Filmrise. I was very big into collecting artsploitation films. The company Artsploitation. And they put out Artsploitation, then they had a couple of releases from Filmrise. And after I started watching a couple of these Filmrise films, I decided that I was done collecting the entire line because some of these films were shit. And this one was just incredibly degrading and mean-spirited with no substance. So it did nothing for me. It was just degrading. I just didn't like it. It was horrible. If He Hollers, skip it.
Damn. Is that going to be on a box this year somewhere? Degrading.
It's a terrible film. It really is a terrible film.
Well, here's my movie. I didn't talk about this at all this year, and I just saw it last month, and I said I'm going to save it for this show. This is a movie that it's a found footage movie, and I was actually excited to see it because I heard good things about it. And this movie is called Rewind, RWD. And let me tell you, it started off good. It was like a regular found footage thing, mockumentary type, where these guys are going to this place and they're supposed to interview these people. And long story short, all of a sudden they come across this cave, not a cave, a thing in a tree. I forgot what it was. But they go inside this thing, and when they go inside, great premise actually. When they go inside...
Wait, is this your worst movie or your number 1?
My worst. And that's what makes it bad, because it was a good premise, and they could have done great things with it. But all of a sudden, they go inside this thing at nighttime, and then they just wake up the next morning and don't know how they got there. So they went in there, and it was like a time jump or something, a time warp, whatever. And they wake up the next day, and here's the worst part. They're all nonchalant about it. They're like, that was interesting. They go, and they walk around like there was no big deal. They said, okay, let's go and let's try it in the daytime. Maybe it'll be different. Let's go back in. They were so nonchalant about losing time and memory and everything and waking up. And then all of a sudden it became like ridiculous where it became a time travel movie, but they were having doubles and triples of themselves coming out of nowhere. And they had to kill them, and they had to kill their versions of them off. And it got so crazy and confusing. And it was just... It became a big joke. It was terrible. And after I
actually.
Watch it and you'll see. And then here's the worst part. I'm looking afterwards at critics' reviews, and like half of them were giving this like not praise, but like 7 out of 10s and shit. I'm like, what the hell am I missing here? This movie, it was the only movie of the year that angered me. That I was frustrated watching this movie. I was like, this is freaking awful. I can't believe what they're doing with this film. I was so angry with it.
You were pretty angry during the Maniac Cop show.
This was really, this was even worse, believe me. So RWD, Rewind.
RWD, I'll skip that one.
Yeah, well, I want you to see it to tell me what you think.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
I want you to watch it. Okay. Number 5, biggest disappointments. And this could be movies, this could be things happening in horror. Just let them off. Really? Air it out. Yeah.
I went with movies. Go ahead, Chris.
I just went with movies, too.
I did movies, but I had a couple things. So.
I had 3.
Yeah,
Conjuring 2, Don't Breathe, and Phantasm 5. All 3 were my big... I was looking forward to all 3 of those movies. All 3 disappointed me. Huge.
I knew they
Huge.
Yeah, I knew they Yeah? What do you give Conjuring 2? Did you watch it a second time?
6. No, I've only watched it once. 6 for Conjuring 2, 6 for Don't Breathe, 5 for Phantasm 5.
Damn.
That's so different to that movie. The low budget just killed the movie. People are praising it. I'm like, what movie are you guys watching?
Which, Phantasm?
Good, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet.
I liked it. I didn't like it.
I'm waiting for the box set. When the box set comes out, I'll watch them all together. But I had 3 disappointments too, and they were different because 2 of them I was really looking forward to. One of them sort of popped up just in the last few weeks, and I was very excited about it. But obviously, Don't Breathe was probably my biggest disappointment of the year. The one that just recently popped up in the last month that I was looking and it sounded good and it looked really good. It looked like my type of film was Eyes of My Mother, which I've just found to be a dreadful bore. I was just very, very disappointed in that. And The Corpse of Anna Fritz, which I was looking forward to for a long time. I had heard nothing but good things about it, and I don't get it. I mean, Don't Breathe, I gave a 6. I think Eyes of My Mother, I gave a 5. And Corpse of Anna Fritz, I think I gave a 5.5. All very average to me. Check them out for yourself. But I had high hopes for all these when I had heard about them or if I had known about them ahead of time. Well, obviously I knew about all of them ahead of time. I didn't see a movie before I knew about it. That would be weird. I saw this movie and then I heard about it the next day.
It's like that movie Rewind.
Dave, it's only fair that we mention it's 2:30 since we did last year.
You did.
Because
you did
it is exactly 2:30 right now. And
yep,
I just wanted to explain to the listeners why I just said the dumbest thing of the night, even though you gave something an 8 out of 5.
And that was at 10:30.
Yeah, and that was much earlier in the night.
Shit. Okay, all right. I'll piggyback on one of them. The biggest disappointments, definitely that Anna Fritz movie. Yeah, I didn't get it. Holidays was a disappointment because we heard about it for a long time. Some of the names involved in it, and what an amazing, amazing concept. We love holiday horror. Think about this, But disappointment, and the biggest disappointment of the year, and I hate that it happened. That's why it's the biggest disappointment. It really crushed me. And last time I tried to watch it, I didn't even want to watch it. I couldn't even finish it because I had no desire. I was just like, I'm just not into this movie. That does not happen, especially with someone who was my favorite director. Rob Zombie's 31 disappointed me so bad. It's just an average movie. There's nothing special about it. A million other directors could have done this exact same movie, but you take Rob Zombie and he puts his spin on it, his tired things that he always does. But this is the first time I saw Rob Zombie for what he is, because he didn't do anything visually or that he's done in all the other movies. It just completely let me down. God, the shaky cam, the freaking the ending was screaming of desperation, doing that dream on thing, like he's trying to recreate what he did with freaking what do you call it, Devil's Rejects? Oh, it just screamed of desperation. Yeah. Yes, it just, he was aping his own shit. It was just bad, and for the first time, I have to agree with the haters. Now, I didn't hate the movie; I give it a 6 out of 10. But I mean, considering that coming off of Lords of Salem, which I loved, to drop down to this level where it was just an average movie and nothing special about it, and the plot didn't make sense. Too much of it didn't make any sense. That was the biggest disappointment. I wanted to throw these things in general, in horror movies, these things that are really bothering me. In 2016, it was very prevalent. I'm so tired of the dream fake out, I can't even stand it anymore. When you're watching a horror movie and something happens and, it was all a dream. They've been doing this. They hammered it to death in so many movies this year. I couldn't believe how often I saw it in movies. It's just a very tired trope now. Very bad. That, and this one I'm going to steal from Moods, because he's mentioned it on the show. When they show the end of the movie at the beginning, they just show you a clip. They did it in, what do you call it?
Don't Breathe.
That didn't bother me so much because I couldn't tell what it was. It's true. I would have rather they didn't do it. No, it's true. Yeah. I wish they would have left that part out, but I couldn't tell who it was because it was kind of from far away. I thought it was a guy, and then ended up being the chick. But they did it in, what do you call it, too? What's that movie about the they're watching? Not they're watching. When the CGI got crazy at the end.
They're watching.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm thinking
with
look
the
like
gunshots.
The gunshot and the axe to the girl's head.
To the head, yeah.
Why would you do that? Then you know what's going to come. So that's a tired trope that has to go.
Yeah, I was shocked when she got the axe the second time.
Number 6, the state of horror. What do you say about the state of horror?
Well, I think we've talked about it throughout the show already. We opened with it. I think we've talked about it throughout. This was a phenomenal year. You said it, Dave. 2014 sort of set everything in motion. 2015 built on that, and here we are in 2016, a standout year in horror.
I agree. State of Horror is excellent, especially with all these thought-provoking psychological horror films. This very aesthetically pleasing horror. It's smart horror, and I love it. I love it.
Same here.
What do you think about it? Do you love or hate it?
I love it.
It's great. It's great. We have a great thing going on right now, and this is, stylistic horror, art house horror, whatever you want to call it. Whatever they did right this year. There's so many different types of things going on. It's all over the place. It's on television. It's here, there. It's everywhere. An amazing year, straight up.
Yep.
So, State of Horror.
It was top fucking notch.
Perfectly said.
Top notch. Yes. Okay, what are we looking forward to next year?
Honestly, for me, the one film I actually put down was The Bad Batch, which is the follow-up, The Woman Who Did A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, just because I'm obviously a huge fan of that film. And I just wrote down franchises. We're getting Leatherface. Hopefully we get a Chucky. Hopefully maybe we get a Friday. I don't know. I would like to see some of these franchise films, but other than that, I really didn't get into much depth. But usually I turn to Jason to find out what stood out. But he recommended The Bad Batch, and obviously I love that female director from Girl Walks Home Alone, Anna Lily Amirpour.
Yeah. I have nothing more to add, because Leatherface I'm actually really interested in checking out, and hopefully you've seen that Friday the 13th movie finally. That's it.
It's weird, because we're going to discuss it more in the next show, but everything I see is a remake or a sequel. And that's not what I was hoping for with these great years that we've just had. It looks like next year they're regressing back to freaking tired shit. And I don't want to be negative about this year because everything's going so great. But everything I look at is this. It's Insidious 4. It's another Saw movie. It's freaking another Amityville. World War Z 2. Annabelle 2. Everything I see is a freaking sequel and a remake. Friday the 13th talk. Alien. Rings. Everything you see.
But I was going to say, how about I forgot to mention Gerald's Game, Stephen King's adaptation from Flanagan. And we don't know. I don't know what Osgood Perkins is working on, but I hope he has an exclusive deal with Netflix to put out his next film. Actually, Gerald's Game is coming out on Netflix.
I heard that.
Yeah. So Brett posted that. Thank you, Brett.
So that's something. Okay, but you know what? The only movie I can think of is the movie called A Cure for Wellness that I've heard about that interests me. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing, which was supposed to be seen this year, was Sadako versus Kayako, which you can't see it. So I'm hoping we get to see it in 2017. And that's really all I have. We're going to do a lot more of this talk on the next show. So
sounds good.
Yeah, we'll get into it more in the next show. How about biggest surprises of the year?
Pet came out of, again, I keep saying came out of nowhere. It's not like it came out of nowhere, but I didn't know about this movie a month ago. Boom, you watched it, you recommended it, I checked it out. Wow, it's on my top 16 list. That was great. Fear Inc. and Scare Campaign, same thing. You guys saw them, checked them out, boom. I knew a little bit more about Fear Inc., but Scare Campaign I didn't hear. All three of those movies are great.
Yeah, yep. For me, Viral was a big surprise, only because I thought that cover art was just so generic. I was like, I have no desire to see this, but I was pleasantly surprised by that one. And a film called She Who Must Burn, which I was really high on, about religious fanaticism, really just terrifying, absolutely terrifying, but a really cool ending. I actually liked the ending. So, those were two pretty big surprises for me.
For me, In the Deep was a huge surprise, as I said earlier. I never thought I would love that movie the way I did, and it blew me away.
Especially since people... What? No, go ahead. I was going to say, especially since people were saying The Shallows is the best shark movie since Jaws, and I like The Shallows, but I thought In the Deep was better.
Right. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, because The Shallows I thought was very... just by the... You know what? I think I might have liked Shark Night better. I'm kidding.
Oh, wow.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding, but...
Well, In the Deep's a much different movie than The Shallows. The Shallows are the straight-up shark thing, where In the Deep is shark and more. You know, it's just
shark and more.
That's a new Sharknado 5. Shark and more.
Shark and more films.
Oh shit! And I'll say Southbound. Southbound was a big surprise. You see tons of anthologies come and go, and Southbound, you look at it, just I don't know, and then ended up being a great movie.
Almost made my number one. Almost made my number one.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Okay, number 9, best soundtrack. And boy, what a year to pick them.
Oh my God. Like I said earlier, The Mask's main theme was phenomenal, but that's just the main theme. You know, we had Stranger Things on TV, great soundtrack as well for the opening theme. I love that. Neon Demon, you guys all mentioned it, amazing. But I picked Mark Corvin for The Witch.
Nice.
The Witch was the best soundtrack. It's the most haunting. I loved it. Oh, it's just great.
Nice. Yeah, I thought Southbound was another really great soundtrack, but I ultimately stuck with the Neon Demon. I just can't get it out of my head.
It's great.
Literally, it's in there.
Well, it's in there. In the deep.
It's in the deep. It's in there deep.
Well, I'll tell you. You guys picked my number 1 and my number 2. Number 2 was Neon Demon. Number 1 is The Witch. Just fantastic.
Oh,
what an amazing year. The last time I enjoyed this many soundtracks, it was the 1980s. Seriously. I have not seen... There's something else to tell her about this year. Like, half the movies on my top 16, I think all have great soundtracks. That's a lot. There's a lot of movies with great soundtracks this year that have not been brought up in... Just tons. You can go on and on. A lot of people are doing the retro shit, you know, like trying to be like Carpenter and stuff, but pulling it off, just doing really good stuff. But The Witch and Neon Demon were kind of on another level with me. Fantastic stuff. Okay, now here we go. Headites, thank you. Thank you for your submissions. And we're going to fly through these. Where does 2016 stand in the history of horror?
All right, I'll go right ahead. I think it's... In the history of horror, I think it's, you know, it's right up there among the best. I think it's, you know, going to continue this evolution of great things, of new horror. I think it's very creative, and I love where it's going. I think it's up there among the best. You'd be hard pressed for me to pick 10 films that I feel as strongly about from any other year. So it's one of the best for me.
Yeah,
agreed. Yeah, it's fantastic. You know what? What's that?
I said a cop-out answer because I agree. It's done.
What can you say? We're all very high on it. And you know what it is? As great as this year is, it's a very divisive year. A lot of people are saying it's bad. And I'm like, how the hell can you say that? But I guess when people are debating about things...
Look at the films that we're loving. Neon Demon, right. The Witch, February, The Invitation. These are films that are not for everyone. But we just happen to be 3 people who, I mean, we didn't do this intentionally. It just so happened that we all love these films, and that's why it's obviously a great year for us. Whereas for others, it's just it might be one of their least favorite years. But that's on them.
Whatever. I'm going to look back on this as a real good year, and you know how lucky we are that the 3 of us got together this year, got to know each other this year, and review all these great movies this particular year. It's amazing. It was all like it synced perfectly. Just what a great year, straight up, you know.
Absolutely.
So I'm just glad we're doing this now while we're doing it. Okay, in an overall solid year for horror, which subgenre do you feel was grossly underrepresented that you hope to see more of in 2017?
Slasher.
Slasher's been so underrepresented for so long. Lost After Dark was phenomenal last year, but they didn't have anything that really came close to that this year.
I think The Windmill was the best slasher.
I'm sorry. The Windmill was really good, but I actually I think I enjoyed Lost After Dark a little more.
And then you had All Through the House, which was horrible. I mean, it was fun.
It had
a couple of good kills, but it's shitty, shoddy. Made for video filming, looked.
Ditch Day Massacre, which was underwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean, last year you kind of had Girl House. You had, even though it was more comedy, you had Final Girls.
What about Last Girl Standing? Did you guys see that one this year? That's a good movie.
I thought it was very average. I wasn't overly impressed with it.
You know
I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I gave it a 5.
What about Fear and Scare Campaign?
I think Jason Lloyd really liked that one, and
He did.
I remember having it with that and Need It Forever on my list, and I haven't been able to watch either of them yet.
I'm going to have to rewatch that one, but Fear, Inc. and Scare Campaign, I know, it's weird. I feel like, for me, slashers has to be, like one killer. Like Charlie's Farm from last year was another one that was really good. Even though I guess they fall technically under slasher, they don't feel like slashers. They're great films. I'd love, maybe Scary Campaign a little bit more, but they just don't feel like they fit into that like straight up slasher genre. But horror comedy for me was very underrepresented this year, and I like my horror comedies. I like to break it up. I did like Freaks of Nature from this year. Last year there was a lot. I did like a lot of it. I'd like to see some more, but good horror comedy. What I consider good. So
it's shocking that they disappeared. It's like I said earlier. Who would have thought that? Honestly, it's very, very shocking. But okay, do you think 2016 was the worst year for found footage movies? I'll say yes.
Yeah. I mean, I put Winter's Tape. I put Winter's Tape All as my standout found footage film, and it's really just more of a faux mockumentary than a. I mean, it is sort of found footage,
Same
but
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but in terms of like found footage, I didn't see anything that really stood out. Of course, I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to see Blair Witch this year, but
that's the problem. I didn't get to see that either.
Yeah, so I mean, I've heard very mixed reviews. Either you love it or people are saying it's atrocious. So we'll see.
The last act was so intense. Oh,
I'm looking forward to seeing it. So it comes out, I think, in a few weeks, first week of January.
We all agree, yes, it was the worst year.
Yeah, definitely.
Worst year in a while. Unfortunately, maybe they're running out of steam finally, and that's a shame because I think I could have answered this for the last question about it being misrepresented, underrepresented. The mockumentaries, the faux documentaries, whatever you want to call them, they could be amazing. They have the ability. They just need the ideas.
Yeah.
And there's so many places they can go with it. So hopefully it comes back. I know a lot of people are listening saying, "Oh, fuck, I hope they're dead," but whatever. Okay. With The Walking Dead ratings beginning to fall in the most significant percentage since the third season, are we on the verge of the next horror TV bubble popping, or is this more just an issue for that show alone?
I haven't been following that. I haven't watched the show since the mid-season last year. I know it's happening. I heard it dropped off because of the insane violence of episode 1.
Yeah.
The Negan rampage, and I think it just alienated a bunch of middle America.
That's exactly what I wrote, that it's strictly a show issue with that. And I'm a fan of the show. I've been a fan of the show since day one. I love it, but people were definitely turned off by that extreme violence. You got to remember, The Walking Dead gets a lot of casual fans that aren't even necessarily horror fans. Because the show, even though it does have excellent effects and stuff, is not really about the violence. It's about these characters and their struggle to survive. So the fact that it really ramped it up this year probably turned a lot of people off. And also the fact that they're spreading out these storylines from all these different locations. It might take 3 or 4 episodes before we get back to, say, Rick's character, because we had to spend a week with these characters and then a week with these characters. So I think that's starting
that. I love that. That's weird.
I like it, but it's getting to the point now where they have to condense it a little. I don't mind if it's every other episode, but I can't watch one episode with the Saviors, one episode at Alexandria, one episode at the Kingdom, one episode here. It's like, come on.
Too much, huh?
It's too many. Condense it a little.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a combination of both. I think there's issues with The Walking Dead, and I also think the horror TV bubble is going to burst. I think The Walking Dead, you know what? I'm glad people want to leave, because now let it go back to being for a niche audience like it was supposed to be in the first place. And I hate to sound like a hipster saying that I don't want normal people, I don't want The Walking Dead being water cooler talk. You know what? I'll sound like a hipster then. I don't. Horror is mine. I don't like when things that I consider mine, that I love, to become mass all over the place. It's mine. It's something that I am close to and that we are into. When everybody's into it, I don't feel the same about it. And I guess if that makes me a hipster, then I'm sorry. I'm not trying to sound that way, but I like it better when it's just us. So if people want to go because there was too much violence on a horror show and too much gore, you know what? Go. Get out. I don't need you to. This is horror. Let us freaking out. This is horror. I wish somebody's brains were pummeled every week on The Walking Dead. But whatever. But as far as the TV bubble bursting, look at a good show. Everyone was raving about The Exorcist, how good it was, and it may not even be renewed.
look,
I just think there's too much.
A lot of these shows don't do well. So I don't necessarily feel like it's gonna pop, but I feel like horror TV is very hit and miss to begin with.
True.
I mean, look, Scream Queens more than likely won't be back after this season, and I love it.
Me too.
But these shows don't get the best of ratings. But Walking Dead is a show that does happen to get great ratings, but it's dropping off definitely because of the violence.
You know what? That's fine. Let them go. And
that's fine. It can't drop off enough where it'll still be around for a long time.
Right. Yeah, a couple more seasons. They should wrap it up after 8, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see them wrap it up around 10.
Soon enough they will. Okay, everyone is talking about how 2016 is a great year for horror. How do you define that? Theatrical gross of horror films, quality of theatrical horror releases, quality of theatrical and VOD horror. I could just say I define it by just horror in general and everything going on, not counting television. I'm just talking about movies.
Yeah.
All of it.
I think VOD is huge. VOD is huge for me, and it was a great year for catching a lot of movies on VOD. But the theatrical horror was phenomenal this year. I mean, I didn't get to see all of them in the theater, but between Conjuring, The Witch, and Neon Demon, Green Room, so many others that came out. That you mentioned at the beginning that did so well, phenomenal. They pulled in the deep so they can release it. I don't know if they're going to release it theatrically under this new title that they're talking about, but if they do, I think it'll do well because it's a fantastic film. So I think theatrical horror is doing well. I think VOD is, that's huge now. That's everything.
Yeah, that's direct-to-video of the millennium.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's great, though. I mean, I get more excited about what's coming out independently than what's coming out.
Oh, yeah. I check Prime, every day. I check Netflix. Right. I'm excited. I'm like, what's out there? What's out there today?
It's a great time.
It is.
Again, it's a great time to be a horror fan. Okay. Anything in 2016 that could grow into the next popular franchise? If not, is there something on the horizon? And if not, why do you think that is? So do you guys pick anything out that could be a good franchise?
I picked something only because I discovered that it was based on a series of novels, a series of 3 novels, and that's I Am Not a Serial Killer. And honestly, the lead actor, Max Records, was phenomenal in it. I would love to see his character explored in more stories. It's almost, I felt like when I read that, almost like how I felt about Dexter. This is a very intriguing character who lives by a code to sort of control his urges. So I'd like to see that. In terms of the fact that we're not seeing all these franchises, it's we've talked about this over and over. It's the fact that these people, I don't know what they're doing. They're just afraid to pull the trigger and just make a sequel to Friday, make a sequel to Nightmare, make a sequel to whatever franchise it is that we want to see. Just make it. They're overthinking it. Make a sequel to Halloween. They overthink it to death, and then they wind up producing garbage when they just need to revert back to their, original simplistic formula and give us a slasher going around killing teens. That's it.
That's it. Amen. You got anything, Christian? You got any franchises?
No. Although I feel like Don't Breathe is going to spawn up based on its box office. Don't Breathe somehow is going to come back with a prequel or something.
He's so mad.
Yeah, I don't want it to. I don't want it to as much as I love the movie. Well, as long as we get that character back, as long as we get Rocky back, Jane Levy.
Oh, she's gone. It will be a prequel.
Then I don't want to see it. I just want to see her.
You'll see how the daughter got killed, and you'll see that.
How about the further adventures of Rocky and the other girl?
Bullwinkle?
Yeah. We all said it.
Jinx.
Amazing. Woo. Okay, you know what? I do have a serious answer. I think that Southbound could be turned into a franchise. Why not? You can keep doing that with Larry Fessenden doing the thing. Why not? I mean, it's a never-ending thing. People are going to hell every day. If you're buying that, why not have more Southbound movies, anthologies that are quality that connect?
But doesn't it kind of take away from it if you already know what it is?
We already know what it is with this movie. What do you mean?
I know, but it works. But it's like we're gonna keep revisiting Purgatory over and over.
You think it would fail because of that?
I don't know. The Mind's Eye is another one I thought maybe. Because it took place in the 90s, and I would love to see, these characters come together. because there are others out there.
That's not a bad one. I couldn't think of, that was the best I came up with. I came up with Southbound, and I came up with Fear Inc. You could do Fear Inc. forever.
Yeah.
Hell, you could do The Witch. The Further Adventures of Black Phillip.
Leave the witch alone.
Leave The Witch alone.
Leave it alone. It's perfect the way it is. Don't do anything. As much as I love the characters, as much as I love Black Phillip, let it be. That's what I say.
A Mercy and Jonas spinoff.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, that's it. That's our 16 questions. That's what we got. I'm going to rattle off some movies really quick, and then we can do
That was 15.
Was it? So
It says, the last question was, do you feel 2016 has been a year of smart horror movies?
I'm an idiot. I just read that and I forgot it. Okay.
I feel there have been many psychological horror movies, ones that really etch in your brain. I'm actually reading what I wrote here, like, because I wrote the question, then the answer. Like, yeah, I wrote absolutely. That's why I loved it so much this year.
Oh.
It's smart horror. I like intelligent, thought-provoking horror films.
It's adult horror too. You know what I mean? That goes along with it. Everything isn't targeted to children. Actually, we're getting a bit of everything. We're getting some of this. We're getting some of that. But yeah,
anal.
We've pretty much said that throughout the show, right?
That there's anal. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of anal jokes tonight.
In the deep.
That's true. That's true. Christian, you agree? Smart horror? Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Like look at the 3 picks.
Right on. Okay, well, let me do this thing quick. I'm going to read the numbers, the movies that I have 7 and above that we haven't said, just to throw them out there for the headites as a recommendation. Okay, these are all 7 out of 10. Evolution, check it out. It's artsy, it's cool, it gets weird at the end, that's why it's down to a 7, because I don't quite get it. You Are Not Alone. That is the one that was filmed through, where you are the protagonist. You see it through their eyes. Really cool shit. Shelley, check it out. I don't want to say too much about it. Sunchoke, check that out. Within, check that out. Boom. The Resort I mentioned a few shows ago. Zombie resort type stuff. What else? Jack Goes Home, 7.5. Emily, 7.5. Friend Request. What else did we say? The Boy, Siren, boom. And these are all 8 out of 10s. I said My Mother, you didn't like it at all, Brandon?
No.
I still give it an 8. I just didn't like 1 or 2 things about it. Anything else? Nope, we've said everything. Trash Fire, check that out. It's real crazy in the 3rd act. It's good, though. It's an interesting story. And then Black Mountainside. Yeah, I think that's it. These are the 3 that I left off my list. 8.5. Train to Busan, which I'm surprised didn't show up on someone's list. And we said Fear Inc. already, and Mask. We said them all. So there you go. That's my recommendation. You guys got some?
We've mentioned a lot of movies throughout the night, so I'll just mention just a few because most of them were already mentioned at some point. But Francesca, check out. Lake Nowhere, check out. She Who Must Burn, I brought that up before. Definitely check that one out. Anything else? I think that's about it. 13 Cameras I enjoyed. I would definitely recommend that. Oh, and Riddle Room I thought was pretty fun.
Riddle Room? I didn't even heard of that one.
Riddle Room. Yeah, it was earlier on the year. Oh, and Satanic, which was pretty decent.
Satanic, you're right, we didn't bring that up. Yeah, that's good ending.
That's my list.
All right, Christian, shout out.
I think I mentioned some already, like Darling didn't make it, but I recommended that. Morgan.
I wanted to check that out.
It's more sci-fi action, but it's cool. I really like that one as well. And we talked about Summer Camp. So it's Trash Fire, and I would say check out as well.
Amen.
Cool. Before we go, I want to say this. All right, that's all. Had to get one more in for the year because damn that movie.
4 Hall of Famers tonight. Wow.
4 Hall of Famers. Wow, amazing.
And Derek wasn't even on this episode.
Imagine if he was. We might have had
it would be 18.
Does he like to rate high?
Yeah, Derek rates high, but we can't say anything because we all rated pretty high tonight.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was all about.
Absolutely.
Fantastic
great year.
Yeah, great year.
Guys, thanks for hanging all night long. I'm talking to these 2 guys, Christian and Brandon.
Yeah. I'm starting to fade.
It's been a great year.
I sound like Brandon with a cock in my mouth. Oh.
I was going to say, he's fading onto a cock. I know that sounds anywhere.
In the deep?
Is that glory hole number 5? There he is.
I love that song. Glory Hole number 5. Oh, that's Mambo number 5. Sorry.
Chanel number 5.
Chanel.
I just want to say good night to everybody because I'm going to hit the fan. I'm going to hit the fan. I'm going to hit the bed the second I get out
Are you
here.
shit?
Yeah.
Shit's gonna hit the fan, so you're gonna hit the
pants. Everything's happening.
And once Christian hits the bed, I'm gonna hit that ass. Hey.
Will you stop?
You'll be walking wrong
5.
for a week. Thank you, everyone, for a great year. Fantastic, seriously, and thank you, Dave, Christian. Just awesome. I love doing the show. Just can't wait to continue doing it.
Same here, man. Looking forward.
Yeah.
Definitely 11.
Yeah, definitely.
And thanks, Headites. Thanks for listening to this long show. Thanks for the support. Please do everything that you can for us. iTunes reviews. Share the show so we can get to tier 3.
Keep
us moving, man.
Yeah, I told you guys, iTunes reviews, emails, voicemails, if you've already done iTunes reviews, and a bunch of giveaways. I picked up a bunch of extra films for giveaways for next week, so I'll organize it and announce the winners on the next episode. Thanks, guys.
Right on. Awesome. And please, get on the Facebook group and tell us what you think about our picks. We're probably going to post more. I think I'm going to do my 25 eventually. But whatever. Tell us what you think about our picks. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do we suck? Are we freaking the kings of horrorphilia? Well, we know the answer to that.
You don't need to answer that one. It's rhetorical.
Ice Cappuccino answered that. Motherfuckers.
Yeah. All right. Let's be out. Thanks again, everyone. See you later. Good night. Goodbye. Take care. See you in 2017. Happy New Year.